The Legend of the Ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Flowers, Birds, Wind and Moon. Tsunade-sama, you are here. A pretty woman in black and grey long clothes and trousers ran towards them quickly, out of breath. Finally I found you. Shizune, what are you doing? You were so careless when you were running away that you even caught the pig. Tsunade complained as she handed the pig back to her. I'm so sorry. I accidentally let the pig jump out of my hand and run away. Shizune nodded and apologized to Tsunade repeatedly. She saw Mingshin standing beside her. Who are you? Oh, we are from the same village. I'm Ito Mingshin. Mingshin introduced himself. Hello, my name is Shizune, and I'm Tsunade-sama's assistant. Shizune replied politely. Shizune, let's go back to the hotel to pack up and go back to Konoha with this kid. Tsunade walked in front of her and ordered. Hey. Shizune was stunned after hearing this and chased after Tsunade and asked, why do you suddenly want to go back to the village? I'll tell you in detail when we get back to the hotel. Hurry up. Tsunade said as she passed by Mingshin. Boy, we'll pack our luggage and wait for you at the pier tomorrow at noon. Don't make people wait too long or you'll be late. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. Mingshin saw that she agreed to go back and his attitude became respectful again. Humph, this boy. Tsunade didn't buy his hypocritical tricks and secretly despised him. After the two of them walked away, Mingshin also quickened his pace and hurried back to the pier. Passing through the long street, at the end, Shinamon could be seen leaning against the pier door from a distance. You're so slow, Iruba. Shinamon saw Mingshin running back from a distance, walked over and complained. Shinamon, the Moon Kingdom is very safe now. You can go to the exhibition without worry. Mingshin wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. I will leave here by boat soon. So we will say goodbye now. What, you want to leave? Shinamon tried to persuade Mingshin to stay out of concern for his own safety. Then wait until my exhibition is over before you leave. Really, this broken island is rich. No one will want to rob you. Mingshin saw through his thoughts and coaxed him speechlessly. I really have something to do. Let's part ways in peace. Seeing that Mingshin was so determined, Shinamon did not try to force him to stay. Okay. Mingshin thought of the treasure, hesitated for a long time, and asked, but, I broke all your soup bowls, and now? Hey, that thing, I'm here, I can just forge a new one. Shinamon said indifferently. Mingshin felt for the first time that this famous instrument was just like that, and then asked casually, after it is burned, will it still be called Finghuaxuiu? No, change the name. I haven't thought of a name yet. Shinamon scratched his head. I say, your new national treasure name should be called Huanio Fengaiu. It sounds better than the previous name. Huanio Fengaiu? After listening, Shinamon thought carefully, and his eyes lit up. This name is indeed better than Finghuaxuiu. Well, I decided to use this one. After the two said goodbye to each other, Mingshin simply purchased some necessities for the journey and waited for their arrival at the dock. The day passed quickly. It was almost halfway past noon that day when Tsunade and Shizune finally arrived. Sorry, you must have been waiting here for a long time, Mingshin. After reuniting, Shizune took the initiative to apologize to Mingshin. It's okay, I just arrived at the dock, let's go. Mingshin said without minding, and walked over to help them carry their luggage. The three of them boarded the ship and took the cruise back to the port of the Iron Kingdom. 5 days later, they returned to the Fire Kingdom. The group hurried and finally returned in the afternoon of this day. They sat on the ground under a few trees beside the main road to rest. Now they were only a short distance away from the village. Shizune, let's disguise ourselves and go to Konoha. Tsunade drank the clear water in the bamboo tube and instructed Shizune. Why is that? Mingshin was puzzled. Why did he need to disguise himself to go back to his own village? I don't want to be noticed in the village and cause unnecessary trouble. Tsunade handed the bamboo tube to Shizune. You go back to the village first. Remember, if you meet the Hokage and ask about you, don't tell him that I'm back. Okay, I understand. Although Mingxin was puzzled, he didn't ask too much and got up to leave. Oh, right. Tsunade called him. We'll meet at the ninja school. She added. Oh. As dusk approached, Mingxin walked on the main road and saw the iconic gate of Konoha village from afar. The corners of his mouth rose and he whispered to himself, I'm back, Hotaru, Kimimaro. He first went to the commission office to hand in the task and then rushed to the ninja school without stopping. When he arrived at the meeting place, he found that there were already 2 beautiful girls of his age waiting at the gate. You're so slow. One of the little girls with light yellow hair started complaining before he even got close. You left earlier than us, and you're just here now. Huh. Mingxin looked at them in astonishment. Lady Tsunade? Nonsense. Who else do you think is greeting you? Shizune smiled secretly when she saw him being scolded, while Tsunade continued unhappily. Take us to the hospital quickly. Mingxin led the way in front, and the 2 girls followed behind, muttering to themselves, you're getting younger and younger. Do you like to act young so much? The distance from school to their home was not long, and they arrived before the sun completely set. It's still the same here. Tsunade looked around and murmured, is everything okay? Have you not been back to the village for a long time? Mingxin asked Tsunade. It's been a long time. Tsunade retracted her gaze. Let's go quickly. Okay. Mingxin walked straight through the park and took them back to their home and upstairs. After stopping in front of the door, he tapped his fingers rhythmically. I'm coming. A voice that had not been heard for a long time came from inside, and the door was opened from the inside. Mingxin, you're back. Aang was very happy to see him and asked expectantly, have you found a doctor? Yes, I found one. Mingxin tilted his head, pursed his lips, and led her to look at Tsunade standing beside him, introducing, this is one of our Konoha's 3 ninjas, Tsunade-sama. Hey. Hearing his introduction, Aang felt a little incredible. Tsunade-sama is so young. Hey, it's all fake. This is just a transformation technique. Her actual age, in fact. Snap. Click. Alas, girls tend to forget the back of youth completely. Even so, we will still indulge in the beautiful dreams of hot spring trips, handsome guys and entertainment, and cannot extricate ourselves. Tsunade gently tucked Mingxin under her armpits, with a charming smile on her face, and whispered in his ear, young man, isn't it good to be alive? Don't say unnecessary words. Little one knows. Mingxin was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, begging for mercy in a low voice, cursing in his heart. Fuck, you dead old woman. It seems that, if I don't say it, they will never know it in the future. Hey, Mingxin, you are back. A weak voice came from the room. Mingxin heard it, and quickly patted Tsunade's arm, signaling her to let go. Hey, I'm back, Kimimaro. Several people walked into the room, and Kimimaro's slightly thin face was clearly reflected in their eyes. Are you okay? Mingxin took a few quick steps and came to his side. Kimimaro, I brought the best doctor back for you. Really? Kimimaro raised his hand and patted Mingxin's arm gently. I'm sorry to bother you, Mingxin. Mingxin just shook his head silently. He turned around and signaled Tsunade to come over with his eyes. Tsunade saw it and walked to Kimimaro's bedside. I heard about your illness from Mingxin on the way back. Tsunade-sama, this is a copy of the diagnosis report I got from the doctor before. Please take a look. Hotaru took out a diagnosis report from a low cabinet beside the bed and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the document and looked through it carefully. A moment passed. When she finished reading the report, she closed her eyes and thought for a long time before she said, Kimimaro's disease is very difficult to treat. Then, Kimimaro brother, is it? Hotaru's mind flashed, and an extremely terrible thought flashed through her mind, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. Little girl. Shizune reached out her hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. You misunderstood what Tsunade-sama meant. She just said it was difficult to treat, not that the disease was completely incurable. Yeah, that's right. Mingxin also echoed, gently soothing her anxious heart. Girl, don't worry. Tsunade-sama is the most famous medical ninja in the ninja world. Really? Hearing them say this, Aang calmed down a little, not as scared as before. I need some time to collect this special genetic medical record of their clan. Tsunade stood up and said, Shizune, let's go. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune responded in unison. Do you need me to help you find it? Mingshan looked at her back, which had already turned around, and said sincerely, one more person, one more strength. No, I have my own medical information source. Tsunade shook her head and refused him, not because she disliked Mingshan, but because she felt it was really unnecessary. It's just that, before I come back, Kimimaro is in your hands, Mingshan. You must not let him use his blood limit again, otherwise. Tsunade reminded him. I understand. Mingshan nodded. It will only take a few days at most. When I come back, I will go directly to your house. After Tsunade finished speaking, she left with Shizune, waved to indicate that they didn't need to see them off, and helped to close the door before leaving. In the evening, after a simple dinner made by Dunby, Mingshan chatted with Hotaru and the others in the house, telling them about the interesting things he encountered on the road. They talked for a long time until the moon was above the willows, and then they stopped talking. Mingshan yawned constantly, and his face was full of fatigue. Chapter 77. Invite her to drink porridge. Tomorrow, you should go to bed early. Seeing how exhausted he was, Kimimaro said with concern. Yeah, go to bed early. I haven't seen you rest well since you came back. After Aang packed up the things in the room, she and Mingshan left the room and let Kimimaro lie down to rest. She stood at the door and said to him, it's time for me to go back. I'll come back to take care of brother Kimimaro tomorrow. Okay. Mingshan nodded and agreed. Girl, you've worked hard during this time when I was away. After sending her away, he closed the door and turned off the lights to rest. The next morning, Mingshan prepared breakfast for Kimimaro and went out. Walking on the street, Mingshan was worried. Alas, now I can only pin my hopes on Tsunade. Hey, that's that. Mingshan accidentally saw a familiar figure in front of a store and tried to shout to him, Red Bean? Red Bean turned around and saw it was him, slightly surprised. It's you. Why are you here, Red Bean? Where are you going? Do I have to report to you? Red Bean said unhappily, but still answered him. I just came here for breakfast. Mingshan glanced at the name of the store, shook his head, and said to her, eating such sweet things so early in the morning is not good for your health. Huh, what do you care? Red Bean heard him say this, disdainful. Come. Mingshan suddenly gently pulled her hand and ran forward. Hey, idiot, what are you doing? This is on the street, let go. Red Bean wanted to shake off his hand, but failed to break free. Mingshan turned to Red Bean and smiled. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. You. Red Bean was speechless. Mingshan pulled her to an inconspicuous stall at the end of the street and said to the boss who was cleaning, Boss, I want 2 servings of the kind I usually eat. Okay, please wait a moment. The boss put aside the work at hand and started to work. Hey, can you let go of your hands now? Hong Dao pulled out her hands and looked around. Strange, when did this stall come here? This store opened only last year, and I happened to run into Kimimaro eating here. Mingshan found a seat and pulled her sleeve, indicating that we should sit together. Why did you bring me here? Hong Dao was puzzled. You always eat those overly sweet desserts as meals. This is not good for your health. You will get fat easily in the future. Hey, what are you talking about? Hong Dao was angry and amused. I said you. Mingshan, your order is here. It happened that the boss brought the food and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Hong Dao took a closer look and saw that it was 2 bowls of white porridge, each with a spoon. Thank you, boss. Mingshan thanked him and handed one of the bowls to Hong Dao. Porridge? Hong Dao looked at him incredulously. You want me to drink this so early in the morning? Porridge is light and refreshing. Drinking a bowl in the morning can make you energetic all day long. Mingshan explained to Hong Dao while stirring the porridge in the bowl. TSK, I don't want to drink porridge. Hong Dao shook her head and resisted firmly. I'm not sick. Why should I drink this? It has no taste at all. You don't have to be sick to drink it. This is not medicine. Drinking porridge is good for the stomach. Mingshan picked it up and took a sip. We shouldn't eat too many fried sweets and the like for breakfast. Although we will feel full after eating, the excessive intake of fat and cholesterol and the long digestion time can easily cause blood to accumulate in the digestive system for too long, resulting in reduced blood flow to the brain, which may make people feel unable to concentrate all morning. Huh, look, you make it sound like the truth. Hongdao said she didn't believe it, but her hand still silently picked up the porridge and took a sip. However, since you're treating me to a meal, I'll make an exception and eat it once. I'm inviting you to eat, and I'm still doing it reluctantly. Mingshan pursed his lips and couldn't help laughing. He then asked, Hongdao, how have you been recently? Hey, I'm not familiar with you and don't want to say. Hey, what do you mean I'm not familiar with you? After all, we are close. Mingshan was about to make a good defense. Swish. Hongdao was drinking the porridge. In her other hand, she held a sharp kunai, which she nonchalantly pressed against Mingshan's neck. Mingshan was defeated by her action. Okay, if we are not familiar, then we are not familiar. HMPH. Hongdao rolled her eyes at him. Tell me the truth, why can't you accept me? Mingshan asked her, after putting down her weapon. Puff. Hongdao almost spit out the porridge she had just taken, and choked Mingshan. What do you mean by accept or not? There's a 10-year age difference between you and me, kid. Age is not a problem, and height is not a distance. Mingshan put down the porridge he had finished drinking. You're only 24, and I'm 14. It's just a 10-year difference. You. Hongdao felt that she couldn't communicate with this kid normally. She really wanted to ask him what shining points she had that attracted him. Can't she change it? People are most afraid of never meeting someone they love in their whole life. Mingshan stood up, looked into her eyes, and smiled calmly. I'm going to see how Naruto and the others are doing in their training. The competition is coming up soon. See you later, Red Bean. He paid and left. This guy. Red Bean glanced at him, then at the remaining porridge in the bowl, suddenly curled her lips, and picked it up, tilting her head back, and drank it all. By the way, I almost forgot to give you this. The voice floated into her ears. Red Bean put down the bowl, feeling strange, and saw him walking back to her. This is for you. Mingshan took out a small scroll from his waist bag and unsealed it. It was a package of something wrapped in paper. What is this? Red Bean reached out to take the thing that Mingshan handed over and asked him. This is the green tea I bought from the Iron Country. After handing the thing to her, Mingshan turned around. What? Hongdao was very surprised. How do you know I like tea? I asked Hayate about it right after I came back from the first exam. It's not difficult to get to know you, he said as he walked forward. Humph. Although Hongdao was still disdainful, she didn't return the things Mingshan sent to him. Looking at the back, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Oh, so that's the case. You don't know where Naruto is now. Mingshan didn't find Naruto at his house, so he went to visit Sakura's house and tried to ask her, but he couldn't get any information and got nothing. Hey, are both of them missing? Mingshan went to Sasuke's house to look for him, but didn't see him. Mingshan wondered where the two of them could have gone. After chatting for a while, Mingshan said goodbye to Sakura and left. After walking out, he leaned against the nearby electric pole downstairs of her house and thought to himself, 80% of them have someone to guide them to further deepen their training. Sasuke should be helped by Kakashi, but who can help Naruto with his training? He often doesn't think about things that he can't figure out. Mingshan scratched his head and was about to turn around and return home when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dirty boy from the other side. The yellow-haired man he had been looking for today appeared in his sight. Hey, this kid. Just as he was about to say hello to Naruto, Mingshan noticed that there was a white-haired man not far behind him, following him stealthily. This man looks familiar. Mingshan didn't remember for a moment and decided to get closer to the other person and confirm his identity first. Swish, whoosh. Mingshan tried to keep his voice as low as possible. With a few leaps, he went around the roof and came behind the two of them. Who is it? Mingshan just ran quietly to a place not far behind the two of them. Before he got close to the white-haired man, he was alerted by him. He turned back quickly and was about to capture him. After seeing who it was, he was stunned and said, "It's you? Hey, why are you here?" Mingshan also recognized the white-haired man with needle-like hair. It was Jiraiya whom he met in the hot spring street some time ago. "I'm helping this kid practice now," Jiraiya said to Naruto, while stealing a glance at his situation. "Speaking of which, where have you been during this period of time? I haven't seen you." "Hey, why are you asking this? Why are you so concerned about where I went?" Mingshan wondered, why did Jiraiya care about him? Chapter 78, Training on the eve of the exam. No, didn't you say last time that some of the content in my novel was not well written? Jiraiya half squatted down and said to Mingshan, hey, what, do you want to listen to my professional guidance to improve your writing? Mingshan looked at him with interest. Hey, come on, I want to ask you. Suddenly, Jiraiya stopped talking halfway and saw Naruto from the corner of his eye. The corner of his mouth rose, and he was secretly happy that Naruto successfully asked Sakura out. This kid. Ito. Jiraiya kept reading for a long time, but didn't read the whole name, looking at him very embarrassedly. It's Ito Mingshan. Mingshan despised this guy. It is estimated that except for beautiful women, he has never remembered other people's names at all. Hey, when Naruto is done with his training, we will find a chance to discuss it in detail. Seeing that the two were about to walk away and disappear, Jiraiya apologized to Mingshan first and agreed to talk about novels another day. Oh, go and do your thing. Seeing that he was so busy, Mingshan gave up the idea of disturbing Naruto's practice. Finally, he asked casually, I wonder how much room for improvement Naruto will have under the guidance of you, the three ninjas? Humph, there will definitely be progress. Just wait and see. Although Mingshan didn't believe Jiraiya's nonsense, seeing that Naruto and Sakura were about to walk away and disappear from their sight, he told him to stop bragging and catch up so as not to delay his practice, and then he said goodbye. After leaving for a long time, when Mingshan passed by the commission office, he suddenly saw a familiar back walking in front of him, with the very eye-catching earth-colored gourd hanging behind him. It's him. Mingshan recognized that this person was Gaara from Sunagakure. Where are you going? For other considerations, he decided to restrain his own breath and followed behind him. The distance between the two was not far or close, and they kept walking all the way and came to another barren mountain outside Konoha village. This is it. Mingshan looked past Gaara and noticed a rocky place in front of him on the left, with lightning flashing continuously. Who is practicing over there? Seeing Gaara getting closer and closer to that place, just when he was about to reach it, he suddenly stopped in front of a big rock and didn't move forward. Mingshan didn't understand. You have such a strong murderous aura. You are completely exposed. Come out quickly. A lazy voice sounded from the big rock. This is it. Mingshan carefully identified the source of the voice. Kakashi. Gaara heard it and walked in from the side of the big rock. Mingshan thought about it and made a decision in his heart. He followed secretly and waited outside the big rock, trying to listen to their conversation. It's you. Kakashi was a little surprised to see the person coming. What is your purpose? Gaara ignored Kakashi and asked Sasuke directly, why do you pursue power? Just after launching the ninjutsu, Sasuke looked at Gaara with a big breath, not wanting to waste too much time with him. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. You are interfering with my practice. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time, and Gaara took the lead in moving his feet. You have the same eyes as me, full of desire for power, and eyes full of hatred and murderous intent. Very similar to me. Don't forget, you are my prey. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait. Gaara turned around and looked at him. Why are you so obsessed with me? Those eyes that understand the true meaning of loneliness, and those eyes that know that it is the most painful thing in the world. Gaara said to Sasuke bit by bit, I should have said that you have the same eyes as mine, eyes that pursue power, eyes full of hatred and murderous intent, and like me, anxious eyes that are eager to kill those who force themselves into the hell of loneliness. Gaara reminded Sasuke of that dark past, and the man flashed again in his mind, filling his eyes with hatred. That's the kind of eyes. Gaara was very satisfied with his current eyes. Excuse me. The two heard Kakashi shout and turned their eyes over. Call me Gaara. Kakashi stared at him. Although I don't know what you know about Sasuke, you can't speak to him, as if you have seen through everything about Sasuke for the time being. What do you want to say by coming here before the official competition starts? The so-called battle is to gamble your life with others and kill each other. Only the winner can truly feel the value of your existence. So you want to say that you should not regard this exam as a competition, but as a fight? Kakashi said. Uchiha, you should also be eager to confirm the value of your existence in your heart. Are you really strong? Sasuke's pupils trembled slightly, obviously touched by his words, looking at you with murderous eyes. Are you more powerful than your opponent? Don't be so exaggerated, comparing Sasuke with you. Who is it? Gaara was a little annoyed when he heard this abrupt voice. Swish. Mingshin couldn't help himself and flashed on the big rock beside Gaara and greeted the two people in front. Long time no see, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. Mingshin. Kakashi was not surprised. How long have you been here? On the way to the village, I ran into Gaara by chance, and I followed him and came to you. Mingshin said truthfully. TSK, Mingshin listened to the conversation outside for so long, but I didn't notice it at all. Sasuke was annoyed and looked up at Mingshin. He always felt that every time they met, he would have a new change. In the past at school, it seems that I underestimated his strength. Mingshin. Gaara glanced at him coldly. I say. Mingshin jumped down, looked at Gaara, and said casually, should we leave? Gaara, don't get in the way here. You are not afraid of losing, so you deliberately hang around here, right? Humph. Hearing his words, Gaara snorted coldly, neither angry nor saying anything, just chose to leave silently. Sasuke, how is your training lately? Mingshin waited until Gaara walked away, then walked over to Sasuke and asked. Yeah, not bad. Sasuke replied perfunctorily, then closed his eyes and rested, adjusting his breathing to cope with the next training. Mingshin saw that Sasuke didn't seem to want to talk to him, so he didn't want to say anything more, so he turned to chat with Kakashi. The two chatted for a long time, and Mingshin saw that it was almost noon, so he said goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke, and prepared to leave first. I didn't expect that Mingshin would become more and more powerful after not seeing him for a while, lurking around without making any sound. Kakashi praised in his heart. When he heard Gaara say those words, he was also surprised that he didn't notice Mingshin's existence. After leaving Sasuke's training place, Mingshin planned to go down the mountain to the hot spring street first, buy some desserts that Hotaru and Kimimaro like to eat, and then go back. After returning to the village, Mingshin went to the hot spring street to buy snacks. When he was about to turn around and walk back by another road, he suddenly saw teacher Iruka and a large group of junior students from the ninja school passing through the hot spring street. Hey, where are they going? Mingshin looked at the team and thought to himself. Hey, look. Among a bunch of little brats, there was a child with a blue scarf around his neck, pointing at Mingshin and yelling to the two little friends around him. It's the seaweed head next to Naruto. Mingshin heard someone calling him like that and looked at the crowd speechlessly. He found that the person who said this was Konohamaru. He walked over to him, poked his forehead lightly in front of him, and scolded him. You kid, I haven't seen you for a while, but you are still so rude. Hey, how can I be rude? Originally, Konohamaru's protesting voice quickly attracted the attention of Iruka, who was leading the team in front. He turned around and saw that Mingshin was in the team. Iruka was quite surprised and asked the students who were walking to stop temporarily, and he walked to the back. Mingshin, why are you here? Iruka approached him and asked. Mingshin turned his head and saw that it was teacher Iruka who came to ask him. He answered, I came to the hot spring town to buy some snacks to bring back to Hotaru and Kimimaro. I just ran into you taking students out when I came out of the store. Oh, I see. Iruka nodded suddenly. Teacher Iruka, where are you going? Mingshin looked at them, and it didn't look like they were going on an outing. Oh, I'm taking the children there today for an outdoor history class. Iruka pointed to the place where the Hokage building was and said to him. Hey, isn't that where the Hokage works? Wouldn't it be bad to take the children there like this? Mingshin glanced at the group of children who were making noises around him. It's okay. I've got permission from the Hokage to take the students to the top floor for class. Iruka said with a smile, looking at his watch. Time is limited. Tomorrow, I'll take them to the Hokage building. Let's talk about it another day. Okay, goodbye, Iruka-sensei. After that, the two said goodbye to each other and left. A training ground somewhere in the back mountain. Human bomb tank. Shikamaru looked at Choji rolling over and quickly put his hands together to seal ninjutsu, shadow imitation. Ah. Damn, not enough chakra. Shikamaru cried out in pain, dodged quickly, and jumped into the bushes on the side. Although he covered his head with his hands in time and lay on the ground, he was still accidentally hit by the stones that were smashed by the tank. After the tank passed, he stood up and patted off the small stones on his body. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Asuma walked into the bushes with Choji. Have you reached your limit? Oh, it's really troublesome. Shikamaru complained listlessly. Hey, you still think it's troublesome? Asuma instructed Choji with a sly smile and continued. Okay, Choji, do it again. Chapter 79 Conspiracy. After a hard training, at noon, Asuma and Choji, each holding one of Shikamaru's arms, returned from the back hill to the street. They found a barbecue restaurant, released Shikamaru's arms, opened the door, and a voice came from inside. Hey, it's you. Welcome. The three walked in. We are going to have a big meal. Choji raised his hands and cheered excitedly, and Asuma and Shikamaru followed him, smiling bitterly. Huh, those guys are going to eat barbecue again. Is this a reward for serious training? Kankuro leaned on the balcony upstairs, watching them walk into the barbecue restaurant, with a mocking tone. We were ordered to keep a close eye on Gaara, but now he. Temari looked around the house with a sad face, and she didn't know where he had gone. It doesn't matter. Even if it's him, he wouldn't do anything strange in broad daylight. Kankuro shrugged indifferently and said, let's not talk about this. That guy named Shikamaru is your official opponent for the third exam. Don't you plan to formulate some tactics to deal with him? Humph, how could I lose to a guy that level? And Temari was only halfway through her words when she suddenly didn't want to say anything more. She stared at the tatami in front of her and pondered, not knowing what she was thinking. Do you regret it? Kankuro saw what she was thinking. Temari shifted her gaze. If you had taken the exam a year earlier, you would have become a chunin. Kankuro said to her with regret. Don't say it. Temari heard him say this, and closed her eyes helplessly, recalling what happened some time ago. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky, in a meeting building in the Kingdom of Wind. Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro were summoned to a meeting by the Tsunagakure Jonin with a single eye, wrapped in white cloth in the preliminaries. Hey, what did you just say, Maki? Temari asked in disbelief. Didn't you react? Maki patiently repeated to the three of them. We, Tsunagakure, will send the three of you to take the Chunin exam this year, but this is not to let you really take the exam, but to take advantage of the Chunin exam to destroy Konoha. Why? Temari couldn't understand the high level's behavior and questioned. Didn't Konoha and Tsunagakure have an alliance treaty signed? The problem is this alliance treaty. Maki pointed out bluntly. Huh. Temari was very surprised. What do you mean? The one who asked this question was Kankuro. As a genin, you may not know that the daimyo of Wind Country used the treaty between the two villages as an opportunity to force us, Tsunagakure, to reduce our military expenditures, and entrusted the tasks that should have been completed by us to Konoha. Maki said very dissatisfiedly. Afterwards, the funds allocated to the country's ninja villages were greatly reduced, and the number of ninja personnel was greatly reduced. TSK, the people above are stupid, and we, the people below, are the ones who suffer. In order to maintain the combat power, the village tried every means to improve the quality of each ninja. Because of this, ninjas like you were born. His eyes turned to Gaara, who was leaning against the wall. Gaara. Maki looked at him, and after a while, he retracted his eyes. The Wind Country is now in an extremely dangerous state, but the daimyo and those around him don't understand this at all. Bang! Maki punched the wall, causing the portraits hanging on the wall to be shaken crooked. Lord Kazakage, aware of the crisis of the low combat effectiveness of Sand Village, decided to join forces with the Otogakure village, which also participated in the exam, to capture Konoha together. While restoring the prestige of the Sand Ninja, let the foolish daimyo realize the importance of national crisis management. After saying that, Maki slapped the wall again, and the portrait fell down. If we continue to delay like this, Sand Village will completely lose the strength to compete with Konoha. We can only do it now. Gaara, this mission depends on your performance. Oh, I see. Gaara just responded to Maki expressionlessly, neither resisting nor enthusiastic. After the battle begins, we will engage in a full-scale war with Konoha. Is the war going to start again? Temari couldn't figure it out and lowered her head and whispered in resistance. The alliance treaty that was exchanged for great sacrifices was so easily broken, and many people will die again. Hey, Temari, stop talking. Hearing this, Kankuro was shocked and hurriedly stopped her from saying the next word. All this is the intention of Lord Kazakage. Maki emphasized to them. Lord Kazakage. Ninjas are just tools of war after all. That alliance treaty itself is just a tool to threaten our existence. The three of them were dignified. This is a super A-level mission. You must treat it with care. Yes. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other and reluctantly accepted the order. Temari ended this memory only to hear Kankuro yawning and complaining. If you don't do anything, this day is really long. Yeah. Temari agreed. Kanjiro was just looking down boredly. Suddenly, he found a familiar seaweed-headed guy in the crowd. He asked uncertainly, is that Ito tomorrow? Ito? Temari sat up after hearing this and went to the balcony to look down. She saw him holding something in one hand and picking his nose with the other hand on the street without any cover. He completely ignored the strange looks of passers-by on both sides. It's really him. TSK, this guy. He disappeared after the preliminaries. I don't know what he did. Kanjiro looked at him passing by downstairs in confusion. Who knows, but with his lazy look, he can't do anything serious. Temari retracted her gaze. She had no interest in him and was quite disdainful. He had a strong strength, but was willing to choose to be mediocre. Temari, Kanjiro, where is Gaara? Maki's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. He opened the door and came in, asking the two of them, why didn't I see him when I went to his room? He just said, before he left, that he was going out to buy something. Kanjiro replied, forget it, I'll tell you guys, go somewhere with me tomorrow night, and bring Gaara with you. Maki simply said to them, where are you going? Temari asked him, you'll know when you get there. Maki turned around and left without saying anything more, busying himself with other things. The sun was blazing. Mingshin finally returned home after crossing a convenient path in the park. He went upstairs and opened his door with the key, saying, I'm back. As soon as he entered the house, a slight cool breeze blew in his face, which was different from the hot air outside. You're back, Mingshin. Kimimaro was sitting in the hall reading a book. You haven't had lunch yet. This is for you and Hotaru. Mingshin put the things in his hand on the table for him. Thank you. Cough. Kimimaro started coughing violently again. Before he finished speaking, Mingshin hurriedly walked behind him and patted his back. What's wrong? You haven't used your blood limit yet. Why? It's okay. I'm used to coughing. Kimimaro interrupted his chatter with a smile. Hotsuga went to the Hyuga family to visit Hinata, and she will probably be back in the afternoon. Oh, so, then let's not wait for her. Let's eat first. However, Mingshin, after hearing what he said, recalled Hinata who was seriously injured in the preliminaries. At that time, Kimimaro suddenly fainted, and he forgot about her in a hurry. I wonder how she is. How is she? Thinking of the figure on the field, who was both weak and strong, Mingshin couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Hinata was knocked down by Niji several times, and she stood up stubbornly several times. When you were away, the girl went to the Hyuga family every now and then. According to her, Hinata should be fine after this period of treatment. Kimimaro said after thinking carefully. I hope so. Mingshin ate the snacks that were originally intended for the girl and urged Kimimaro, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You should eat quickly too. Oh, by the way, there's something I almost forgot. Kimimaro just started to unwrap the snacks when he suddenly remembered something. He got up and returned to his bedroom, took out a letter from it, handed it to Mingshin and said, we haven't written to the tea country for a long time. Tomorrow you go out, please help me send this letter to Elder Jiro. Okay. Mingshin took it and put the letter in his arms. In the dense forest in the afternoon. Boom. Boom. Ninji, this is considered to be beyond the limit of human beings. Shianshin was so tired that he gasped. Did you consume too much chakra? Ninji was standing in a round pit. After saying this, he suddenly fell straight down. Are you okay, Ninji? And at the other remote end, Shino released a large number of insects with both hands and was alert. From the left and right, Yuhi Kyunoi and Inuzuka Kiba attacked from both sides. K used a powerful Konoha whirlwind to sweep Zioli, who had no time to defend and block, to the ground. He rolled over and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Get up, Lee, it's not enough. K took a deep breath, adjusted his fighting posture, and prepared to launch a new round of attack. With your current state, you can't beat those masters. Oh, I understand. Zioli heard the teacher K's teachings, grabbed the ground and got up, took the initiative to attack him and shouted, Teacher K, please continue to whip me hard. K looked at Lee, who rushed over again with great momentum under his words. He couldn't help but feel the blood boiling in his chest, and felt extremely proud. This is youth. The sun was setting. At this time, downstairs of Mingshan's house, two visitors quietly came and walked up the stairs. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Here they come. Mingshan ran to open the door and found that it was Jifeng and Ziyan, both of whom were carrying a lot of things. Teacher Jifeng, you and Sister Ziyan, how come you have time to come here today? Mingshan was surprised and delighted. He had just returned a few days ago and had planned to take some time to visit. Now, they took the initiative to come to his house, which saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 80 Happy Birthday. Ahem. I just came back from a mission in Feng, some other place today, and was called by Ziyan and I to help. Jifeng coughed and said to him slowly, help? Mingshan didn't understand for a moment. Didn't the girl go to the Hyuga family today? How could she be with Sister Ziyan? Hey, stop it. Ziyan interrupted him without saying anything, smiling mysteriously. Why are you asking so many questions? Come here and help us get all the ingredients in. Mingshan looked at Kimimaro and found that he also looked confused. It seemed that the girl was hiding something from them and was messing around. Hey, it's useless to think too much. Wait until the girl comes back and you'll know. Seeing that Mingshan started to help carry things, Kimimaro felt even more embarrassed to just sit there and read a book, so he stood up and went to help. The few of them were busy for a while, and before they knew it, the sky outside the window was already completely dark. Dang. At night, everyone who was busy in the kitchen was attracted by the knock on the door. I'm here. Kimimaro took the initiative to go and open the door. Hina, you're back. The wild girl smiled and put a beautifully wrapped cake in her hand into Kimimaro's hand. Cake? Mingshan held a freshly cut potato in his hand and asked her curiously, hey, I remember, isn't your birthday next month? Stupid, this is for you. Aang rolled her eyes at Mingshan and said, today is your birthday. Huh? Mingshan and Kimimaro looked at each other. He scratched his head, thought carefully, racked his brain cells, but couldn't remember. Hey, are our two birthdays today? Kimimaro was also a little strange and wanted to ask her, girl. Mingshan, have you forgotten? Jifeng said to him with a smile. After the survival exercise, I asked you when your birthdays were, and you said that the day you met Kimimaro would be your birthday. Oh. Mingshan suddenly remembered after Jifeng's reminder. That's right. I didn't expect it, teachers. Kimimaro also remembered it and didn't know what to say. HMPH, you guys always helped me celebrate my birthday in the past and never took the initiative to tell me about your own birthdays. Aang came into the room and complained to the two of them. At that time, although Mingshan said that the day he met Kimimaro Niang was their birthday, he had such a stupid brain that he had long forgotten which day to set as his birthday. We had to study it for a long time. After hearing these complaints, Mingshan and Kimimaro couldn't help but put down the things in their hands. They walked to the girl and hugged her affectionately. Thank you, girl. Aang was frightened by their sudden actions. She rested her forehead on their chests. Her eyes were a little red and she pushed the two of them away, shouting angrily, it's so disgusting. Kimimaro Niang would actually bully me together with him. I'm not going to pay attention to you. The girl turned around and said to herself, oh, by the way, I was so busy that I forgot to look for Tonpi. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll bring him over. Oh, okay. The two smiled gently and watched her run away step by step. Ziyan and Jifeng stood side by side. Seeing this scene, they sighed to him Jifeng, you are very lucky to have 3 such excellent students as your subordinates. Yes. Jifeng coughed softly, and seeing Aang walking away, he called the 2 of them over, and continued to help Ziyan. After a while, Aang pulled Dunbui over. Several people wiped the sweat from their foreheads, looked at the table full of the sumptuous meal they made, and said in their hearts, finally, it's done. Dunbui, come, sit here. Aang arranged Dunbui to sit next to her seat, but after he walked to that position, he didn't want to sit down, and everyone felt strange. This is not good, Lord Aang. Dunbui said to Aang with an embarrassed look on his face. It's okay, Dunbui, just sit here. Mingxin interrupted what Dunbui was about to say, put his hand on his shoulder, persuaded him to sit down, and joked, tonight is our birthday, Dunbui, you can't not give the birthday boy this face. Jifeng and the others were amused by Mingxin's words, and sat down together. During the meal, everyone talked and laughed, each chatting about topics of interest to them, and the night passed quickly. Have you done everything? Everything has been arranged clearly according to your instructions, Master Danzo. Somewhere in the dark and damp underground, the rusty pipe wall was covered with drops of water, dripping on the sides of the 2 people from time to time. A masked ninja half knelt in front of Danzo, and reported to him. Well, very good. After listening, Danzo waved his hand, to let him leave first, and stayed alone, slightly opening his cold single eye, leaning on a cane and looking up. The next morning, Mingxin went out with a letter, and went to the commission office. He was ready to pay the shipping fee in advance, and hand the mail to the staff. The Hikaku ninja would come to the commission office every 7 days to collect the mail. As soon as he walked downstairs of Naruto's house, he ran into Hay-8 who was standing there chatting with someone. Hey, who is Hay-8 chatting with? Mingxin could only see his back. He walked a few steps closer, and looked past Hay-8, only to find that it was Naruto and Konohamaru there. What are you talking about? Hearing this, the 3 of them turned their heads to look at him. Mingxin, it's you. Hay-8 coughed. Teacher Hay-8, why are you here? Mingxin greeted Naruto and the others and asked Hay-8. I just happened to pass by here, and ran into Naruto and Konohamaru, so I chatted with them for a while. Hay-8 said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys chat slowly. Okay. Mingxin and Naruto watched Hay-8 leave together, and he turned to ask, Naruto, what are you and Konohamaru doing downstairs? Oh, Konohamaru gave me a commission, and I'm going to help him now, Naruto said after getting his forehead protector. Konohamaru's commission? Mingxin felt curious. What are you going to do? Help him find a red 4-leaf clover, Naruto said. Red 4-leaf clover? Naruto told Mingxin in detail what happened. The so-called red 4-leaf clover is actually a red 3-leaf clover with 4 leaves. It is said that there is a red 3-leaf clover with 4 leaves growing in Akabane. As long as you get it, any wish can come true. Konohamaru's good friend Kusano Kid has to go to another village because her father has a new mission, so he thought of picking a red 4-leaf clover in Akabane as a farewell gift for her. Brother Naruto, we have to hurry up. Konohamaru pulled Naruto's clothes and urged, in the afternoon, Ziada Feng and her family will leave Konoha. Well, don't worry, I know, Konohamaru. Naruto asked him to be patient, and said to Mingxin, tomorrow, I will take Konohamaru to Akabara to complete this mission, and we will talk about it later. He turned around, and prepared to leave with Konohamaru. Well, okay. Mingxin thought about it, looked at Naruto's back, and asked him, if you go to carry out the mission now, what about today's practice? Oh, that. Naruto said without turning his head, it was done yesterday. Today is a day off. No need to practice. After that, he and Konohamaru ran away quickly. Really? Mingxin sighed and continued to walk towards the commission. After arriving at the destination, Mingxin found that there were not many ninjas who came here to receive commissions today, probably because they were busy maintaining the village's security during the Chunin exam. After handing the mail to the staff, he planned to leave. Whoosh! Mingxin had just walked to the corner of the door when suddenly an ANBU ninja appeared in front of him, and said to him, Ito Mingxin, the Hokage asked you to go to his office. The Hokage is looking for me? Mingxin asked curiously, what happened? The man shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. After conveying the message to him, he disappeared with a bang and white smoke. Why is the Hokage looking for me at this time? Mingshin was puzzled and changed his route to the Hokage's office building. Dang, dang, dang. Come in. A voice came from inside. Mingshin opened the door and walked in, and found someone standing in front of the Hokage's desk. He looked carefully, and found that it was Hayate. Hokage, I will take my leave now, and go to prepare for the mission. Hayate bowed his head, and said respectfully to the third Hokage, backing away repeatedly. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Mingshin, who was still standing at the door of the office, and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why are you here, Mingshin?" "I was summoned by the Hokage, Mr. Hayate. What are you doing here?" Hayate coughed and replied, "I'm here to report to the Hokage about the latest intelligence from the surrounding countries. By the way, I'll take on a new task from the Hokage. I need to go out for reconnaissance and intelligence at night." "Oh, is that so?" Mingshin felt that Hayate was so busy all day long. Every time he saw him, they couldn't talk for long. He was really a busy man. "Please be careful in your operations at night, Mr. Hayate." "Well, thank you, I will." Hayate nodded and disappeared in an instant. When he disappeared and left tomorrow, he went straight to the third Hokage and asked him, "Hokage, you sent people from the ANBU to summon me. Is there something you want me to do?" "Well, according to the intelligence feedback from the ANBU in the past few days, they found out that recently in the Snow Country and the Moon Country, there was a young man named Aruba from the Hidden Mist Village. Late one night, he helped those who were considered a disadvantaged group in their own country. It only took him one night to wipe out the powerful coup forces in the two countries and destroy them into nothing." The third Hokage put down what he was doing and asked him jokingly, "Oh, I don't know. Do you know this person?" "These days, I'm preparing to change the cover of my novel. Chapter 81, The Legendary Howling Wind." "Well, okay." Mingshin was caught off guard by the sudden teasing of the third Hokage and was defeated by him. He admitted with a wry smile, "I did it. Iruba is just a pseudonym. Haha, don't get me wrong. I don't mean to blame you." The third Hokage stood up and said to him with a smile, "Mingshin, why did you use the name of the Hidden Mist Village at that time?" "Oh, you are talking about the name." Mingshin explained to the third Hokage in detail. "That was because we were afraid of bringing a bad reputation to the village. Fang Zhu suggested to me that we temporarily use the name of another ninja village to deceive the opponent. As long as Konoha is not affected, it doesn't make much difference." "Is that so?" The third Hokage picked up the pipe from the table and lit a new cigarette. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Mingshin, tell me the truth. How did you learn the forbidden technique of tree world descent?" He got to the point. Did you find out, Hokage-sama?" Mingshin was not surprised to hear the third Hokage's question. Fenghui Castle was destroyed so badly by him using the forest that it would be hard for others not to notice. To be honest, at that time, the ninja school graduation exam had just ended. On the night when Naruto stole the Book of Seals, I happened to see it in the scroll by chance. I thought it was very strange, so I took out the notebook and copied it down. Mingshin was quite emotional when he said this. I didn't expect that I would use this forbidden technique so frequently later. Well, the tree world descent is a unique ninjutsu created by the first Hokage. There is no other person in the world who can use this forbidden technique. Yamato is an experimental subject and does not have the natural wood release Kekkei Genkai, so he cannot learn it. Now, this wood release ninjutsu can be accidentally learned by you. It can be regarded as a kind of destiny. I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. The third Hokage looked at Mingshin with some complicated eyes, mixed with joy and worry, and carefully reminded him, however, when you fight with others outside, try not to use wood release, unless it is absolutely necessary, so as not to be coveted by other countries, and make our fire country the target of public criticism again. Well, I know this. Don't worry, Hokage. Mingshin did not forget to joke to himself. I still want to live a few more years to see Hotaru get married with my own eyes. The third Hokage couldn't help laughing when he heard him say this. Dang, dang. A crisp knock on the door came. Mingshin turned around and found that it was a masked ninja standing outside the door, standing there respectfully, waiting silently. Mingshin retracted his gaze and said to the third Hokage, Hokage, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Well, you go down first. The third Hokage waved his hand and signaled to Mingshan, if there is anything, I will send someone to find you again. Okay. Mingshan turned and left. The ninja waited until Mingshan walked away before walking in and reporting to the third Hokage. Hokage, the bodies of the 3 Kusanagi ninjas found outside the second round of the Chunin exam. I wonder what the progress is on Tsunade's side? Mingshan sat on a bench in the park to rest his feet and thought to himself, looking up at the sky and muttering, I hope she can collect all the information as soon as possible and come back earlier. The sooner it is resolved, the sooner I can feel at ease. Hey, boy, you are here. Mingshan leaned back and saw that the person coming was Jiraiya. He said unhappily, why don't you go to the hot spring street to peep at the beautiful girls bathing and come to the park to say hello to me? Really, you kid? Jiraiya sat in the empty seat next to him. You're not cute at all. Poor no one loves you? Mingshan glanced at him sideways. PFFT. Jiraiya said with a straight face, pretending to be serious. Hey, you said that yourself. I didn't mean that. Come on. Mingshan yawned. Tell me, why did you suddenly come to me? Actually. Jiraiya chuckled and told Mingshan about the novel. You're still thinking about it? Mingshan was speechless. I really admire you. He took out a small scroll from his waist bag, unsealed a small book with yellowed pages, and threw it to Jiraiya without even looking at it. What is this? Jiraiya took the book and looked at Mingshan in confusion. I copied this from a bookstore when I was bored while working part-time. Learn it well and see how the masters write. Mingshan said calmly, and he looked as worthy of a beating as he could. Huh, you said it, as if it were true. Jiraiya was quite disdainful of his weird look, flipped it over, and took a look, and unexpectedly, Jiraiya suddenly shuddered and muttered to himself, body language can be described like this? The more he read, the more fascinated he became, concentrating on forgetting everything around him. TSK, this guy's really a little immature. Although the plot of Intimate Paradise is decent and attractive, the writing is still too poor. It's not good at all. Mingshan looked at him with a sigh in his heart, thinking, with Jiraiya's writing level, the Intimate Paradise can still sell well and be bought by a film and television company. It's really unfair. Rather than complaining, it was more like envy and jealousy. It took a long time. Mingshan, who wrote this book. After Jiraiya finished reading the book, he asked him humbly, I will definitely find time to visit the author. No need to visit. You will never find Feng Zhangxiu in this life. Mingshan picked his big nose and sighed. I still want to see the end of Griffin's travels in my lifetime. Alas. Feng Zhangxiu lived in the previous life. How can you find him? Can you break the dimensional barrier and travel back? Huh? Hey, why is that? Jiraiya didn't understand what he meant and boasted to Mingshan. TSK, is there any place that I, the Toad Sage, can't go to? Don't make a fuss. There are so many places you can't go. Be honest. Mingshan said contemptuously. This book is for you. Use it as a reference material for your future writing. Mingshan got up from the bench and planned to go home. Hey, don't go. Seeing him leaving, Jiraiya tried to persuade him to stay. Let's discuss it for a while. Go and spy quickly. I don't have time to mess around with you. Mingshan rejected him with a look of disgust. I haven't found time to practice since I came back recently. Practicing is not easy. Just come to me. Jiraiya patted his chest and proudly promoted. I'm not bragging. If you want to talk about these 3 ninjas. Hey, listen to me to finish my words. Unexpectedly, Mingshan ignored him and just left him his back, walked straight forward, and said loudly, see you later. TSK. Jiraiya felt an indescribable sense of frustration in his heart. This kid is completely the opposite of Naruto. Unexpectedly, there were times when he gave someone free training guidance and didn't want it. Afternoon, on the barren mountain, Kakashi and the others were practicing. Sasuke put his hands on his knees, leaned over and breathed heavily. The surroundings were full of potholes. There was no flat place. Sasuke, take a break first. Wait until your chakra recovers, then continue. Kakashi flipped through the latest issue of Intimate Paradise in his hand and said to him without even raising his eyelids. Okay. Sasuke responded, found a big rock on his own, and sat down with his back leaning. After 3 or 4 hours of high intensity practice, it was time to pay attention to rest. Kakashi suddenly closed the book and said with concentration, "Someone is coming. Is it the enemy?" Sasuke immediately stood up and prepared to take out the kunai to be alert. "No." Kakashi shook his head. "The person's footsteps are light. I'll go and take a look." Whoosh. Kakashi disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. He was heard saying in surprise, "It's you, Mr. Genma." "Oh, it's Kakashi, long time no see." A man with traces of time on his face greeted Kakashi enthusiastically. "How are you doing recently?" "Everything is fine." Kakashi replied politely, "Mr. Genma, how come you have time today to come to us from Anaho village?" "I came to this barren mountain to pick a few special herbs and bring them back to boil for the children to drink." "I see, it's really hard for you." While Kakashi was chatting with someone, Sasuke also walked out from behind the big rock and saw him. Hearing footsteps approaching, he turned his head and saw Sasuke coming over and smiled and said, "You are here too, Sasuke?" "Yeah, I'm here to practice with Kakashi." Sasuke told him simply. "Is that so?" He turned his gaze back, chatted with Kakashi for a few more words, and then said goodbye to the two of them and left. I didn't expect to meet him again here. Kakashi picked up the intimate paradise and walked back with emotion. "Genma." Sasuke looked at the man's back, and his thoughts suddenly drifted to what happened some time ago. One day, Sasuke and the other two were waiting for Kakashi to gather at the gate of Konoha early in the morning. "So slow, Kakashi sensei is late again." Naruto stood there bored and yelled at Sasuke and Sakura. "The time I spend waiting for him is enough to get a beautiful haircut." Hearing the complaints, Sakura also echoed Naruto and muttered in dissatisfaction. "Yeah, I can still go back and put on the underwear I forgot to wear." Naruto continued without thinking. "Hey, you're not so busy that you even forget about this kind of thing, are you?" He rolled his eyes at him. "Really?" Naruto giggled foolishly, not daring to talk to him. This guy really forgot. A cold snort sounded in their ears. The two looked towards Sasuke when they heard the sound. "You two are really in high spirits," Sasuke said to them coldly with a stern face early in the morning. "That's not the case. It's annoying." Sakura explained to Sasuke shyly, "It's just Naruto who's making a fuss there." But she protested in her heart, "How can you compare me with Naruto? It's so annoying." "Sasuke, is the injury you got during the mission in the Land of Waves okay now?" Sakura asked with concern. "Yes, it's okay now." Sasuke nodded and replied, "Sakura, I heard that today is just a simple D-level mission, don't worry." Thanks to book friend 2018062122071897 for the recommendation vote today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Attack. Really? Sakura was still a little worried about his injury. "Hey, it's okay. If anything happens, leave it to me." Naruto interrupted at the right time, patting his chest and promising them. "Let me tell you first, it was you who held me back in the last battle." Sasuke reminded him. "Damn it, after that, I also showed my skills." Naruto turned his eyes to Sakura and asked her for confirmation. "Right, Sakura. Sorry, I didn't see it. It's hard to believe." Sakura denied it bluntly. Naruto was deeply shocked. "Well, there's nothing I can do. It was foggy at the time, so I couldn't see anything clearly." "Teacher Kakashi." Sakura saw that the person coming from the front was Kakashi. "You came too late." Naruto protested to him. "Oh, sorry. Kakashi apologized to the three people and explained. "Today I, lost myself in the maze of love." "Who are you kidding?" Several people didn't believe his nonsense. Shikamaru and his team had just returned from a trip. Seeing the people from Team 7 jumping up and down at the gate of Konoha, he couldn't help scratching his head and complaining. "Really, Naruto and the others are too energetic this early in the morning." Under the cloudless, clear sky, Naruto and his team walked on a plain. Today's mission is to find someone. Kakashi walked at the front of the team, turning back from time to time to explain the specific content of the mission to them. There is a man named Genma in Inaho village. He disappeared after going to the mountains. As he said that, he handed a photo to the back. Does that mean you have entrusted us to rescue the victims? Sakura took the photo, and Naruto leaned over. The two saw together that the photo was a warm scene of an old father holding his child kindly. That's not necessarily true. Kakashi added to them, it is said that there are bandits in the area, and it is also possible that they were abducted. That kind of thing doesn't matter. I'm a man who wants to become Hokage. If I want to do it, I will do difficult tasks. Naruto began to brag to them again without caring. Bang. Stop talking nonsense. Sakura couldn't stand the bragging of this guy and gave him a heavy blow. Sakura, it hurts. Naruto touched the back of his head in grievance. It's because you got carried away. Sakura scolded him without any mercy. By the way, during the time when I lost consciousness, this guy fought with Bei alone. How did he survive at that time? Sasuke stared at Naruto silently and thought to himself. Huh. Naruto turned around while chatting with Sakura and noticed Sasuke's gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? The yellow-haired man said in a somewhat unfriendly tone. TSK, you're still so stupid. I think too much. Thinking so in his heart, he said to him, HMPH, this time, don't act on your own and cause trouble for us. What? You speak in such an arrogant tone. Naruto said unconvinced. I'm not arrogant, because once you get too motivated, bad things will happen. Sasuke said. I'm so pissed. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight him. Damn it, Sasuke. Hey, Naruto, be quiet. Sakura quickly stopped him and shouted. I told you guys to stop now, but we have to go on a mission now. Kakashi was troubled by these problematic subordinates. It was obviously Sasuke. He just said a few truths. The group of people were arguing on the road and unknowingly came to the depths of a dense forest. Okay, let's start searching around here. Kakashi stood on a clearing in the forest and ordered them. Understood. The three answered in unison. HMM. Kakashi seemed to sense something moving in front of him on the right and turned his head. Yoho, let's get the mission done quickly. Naruto said excitedly, rubbing his hands. Don't be impatient. Kakashi stretched out his hand to stop them temporarily. You guys wait here for me. Whoosh, he jumped out of the clearing. What? You're pouring cold water on me when I'm just about to get excited. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head and watched Kakashi jump to the top of the tree and disappear. He didn't know what he was doing. Did something happen? Sakura wondered. Who knows? Sasuke didn't care much. Kakashi quickly shuttled between the big trees to look for something. It's so strange. I had a suspicious feeling just now. Help. A hurried shout came from below not far ahead. Kakashi rushed over and saw that it was a vicious dog chasing a man. Help. The man stumbled and fell to the ground. The vicious dog behind him pounced on him and bit his sleeves crazily. Hold your breath first. Kakashi shouted and threw a smoke bomb to the side of the dog. With a bang, a large amount of white smoke gushed out and scared the vicious dog away. It's really dangerous, Mr. Genma. Kakashi jumped down the tree and came behind the man, saying thankfully, "Ah, thank you." Hearing this, Genma turned his head to look at him. Who are you? Why do you know my name? I'm a ninja from Konoha village, and I received a commission to come and find you. Kakashi half squatted down and asked, where have you been this week? I don't know. I don't remember at all. Genma shook his head painfully. No memory? Although Kakashi felt that something was wrong, he still stretched out his hand and prepared to help the man up first. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two held hands, a dazzling white light burst out from the palm of their hands, making the surrounding space dark, wrapping the two in it, and startling the flocks of birds in the forest, which flew out in all directions. What's wrong? Naruto heard the birds chirping, and felt something was wrong. Bang! Sasuke kicked Naruto away without saying anything, picked up Sakura, and jumped away from the spot. Boom! The gravel flew. It hurts. Naruto rubbed his stomach and got up. What are you doing, Sasuke? Sasuke didn't have time to pay attention to the yellow-haired man's dissatisfaction. He was alert and shouted to the front, "Who are you?" Seeing that he ignored him, Naruto had no choice but to curl his lips and walk over to join the two of them. The smoke dissipated, revealing 3 people standing there. "Hey, you guys, are you Kakashi's subordinates?" the leader asked arrogantly with his arms folded in front of his chest. "So what?" Sasuke replied coldly. I was wondering if you could play with us for a while." Swish, swish. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people rushed towards Sasuke and the others at a very fast speed. The leader jumped forward and punched forward, but they were smart enough to dodge and fell heavily to the ground, raising dust. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto retreated on the branches repeatedly. A ninja with a black shark head covering his head, revealing only a pair of eyes and nose, followed closely behind him and punched him. The two fought each other in midair. Ding, ding. Sasuke threw several shurikens backwards in midair, but they were blocked one by one by the masked female ninja who jumped and chased after him with the sickle in her hand. Ding. After several rounds, Sasuke was defeated by the ninja and kicked back to the ground. Dang. Naruto also failed to block a block and was hit in the nose by the ninja. He fell to the ground and rolled several times until he rolled next to Sasuke. He couldn't bear to look at it, so he turned his face away and shook his head helplessly. "Thank you, brother Yalxingshan, for your recommendation vote today." Chapter 83, Power Up version of the dog licking technique. It hurts. Naruto covered his nose and stood up. Ah. Sasuke and Naruto suddenly heard Sakura's screams. They quickly raised their heads and saw that she was knocked unconscious by the leader and was trapped. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted, and his other 2 accomplices jumped back to his side. "What should we do next?" The leader looked at the 2 people under the tree with some embarrassment. "If we kill them here directly, it will violate the order of that adult." "Oh, right. Let's play a game of saving people." He thought of a good idea and suggested to them. "You bastard." Not bothering to pay attention to his so-called suggestion, he ran straight over in anger, climbed on the tree, and shouted in front of the 3 people, "What a joke." He punched them and rushed straight towards them, but unexpectedly, with a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and there was no one on the thick branches. Damn it. Naruto stood there, unable to find the 3 of them. "Hey, let me tell you first, if you don't play the game honestly, this girl will die." The man's contemptuous laughter rang out in the air. "Asshole, don't run." Naruto pretended to chase. "Wait a minute." Sasuke stretched out his hand to hold him back. "Don't go, Naruto." "What are you doing?" Naruto was suddenly grabbed by Sasuke and shouted anxiously. "If you chase them now, you will fall into their trap." Sasuke tried to persuade, "Let's wait for Kakashi to come back." So annoying. Before Sasuke could finish, Naruto impatiently slapped his hand away and interrupted. "If you don't chase, Sakura will be completely lost. There is no time to wait for him." After that, he jumped straight to chase the enemy. Damn, this big idiot. Sasuke watched Naruto jump on the tree and thought, there are 3 enemies, he can't handle them alone. TSK. Sasuke was worried about him, so he had no choice but to chase after him. It's already this time. What is Kakashi doing? After chasing for a long time, several people rushed through the forest one after another. "It's just in front of us." Sasuke jumped on a tree and muttered to himself as he looked at the footprints left by Naruto. He looked around and pondered. If it was the usual Kakashi, he should have caught up long ago. It was very strange. Could it be that he also encountered something? Whoosh. Without thinking too much, he jumped on the tree and continued to chase. That is to say, we can only rely on ourselves to find a way. Will they catch up? The ninja wearing a black shark hood asked, while jumping in the woods. They will come. The man was sure. But then again, do we really need to go to all this trouble? The female ninja on the other side also asked. I really don't know what that lord is thinking. Oh, that lord. It's not something that people like us can understand. Looking ahead, well, we just need to follow his orders. The female ninja nodded in agreement with him. It's so hard to get this opportunity to show off our skills. Suddenly, as if sensing something coming quickly from behind, the 3 of them jumped away. Ta ta ta. They turned around and saw Naruto standing on a thick branch, pointing at his group and shouting righteously, "Now that I, Uzumaki Naruto-sama, am here, I won't let you do whatever you want. It's rare to see a ninja like you," the man said, holding Sakura under his armpits. "Not only did you show up, but you also introduced yourself. Stop talking nonsense." Naruto got into a fighting stance. "Let's have a fair fight." "Oh, I can't stand it." The man pointed at Naruto. People who dare to say such things are usually very confident in their own strength, or he snapped his fingers casually, and his accomplices jumped up and attacked him. "You idiots who don't know how much you weigh." Swish. Just as the two were about to punch Naruto, Sasuke suddenly appeared and used a sweep to easily repel them. Boom. Both of them were knocked into the big tree behind them. "Let me make it clear first, you are definitely the latter," Sasuke said without turning his head, which was obviously referring to Naruto. "What did you say?" Naruto said unhappily. "Thanks to a certain idiot, even my hiding place was forced to be exposed. Now there is no way to sneak attack." Sasuke bluntly pointed out the accusation, and Naruto was speechless and could not refute him. I said it." Just as the two were arguing with each other, the other party suddenly said to his accomplices on the tree, "They will catch up. Lord Kaguya, leave it to us next." The black shark head ninja looked up and said to him, "Okay." Kaguya nodded and took Sakura away first. "Asshole, stop right there." Naruto shouted angrily, "Give Sakura back. I say, you two, do you still have the leisure to care about the safety of others now?" After the female ninja finished speaking, she and the black shark head's body became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was no breath. Disappeared? Naruto opened his eyes wide and searched around, but still didn't see anyone. "No, they are just hiding over there," Sasuke calmly judged. "They are coming." The two stood back to back on alert. "Damn it, there is no time to dawdle here." Naruto was ready to give it a try. "TSK, there is no other way, I can only use that trick." "What are you going to do?" Sasuke had a premonition that this guy was going to use some bad trick. "Take care of them all in one go." Naruto made a seal with both hands and shouted, "I'm going to use the Uzumaki Naruto ninja scroll." "Hey, stop it." Bang. The white smoke dissipated, and behind Sasuke, a naked blonde beauty with an extremely good figure appeared, and she said shamelessly in a coquettish voice, "Dog licking technique. This is a powerful version of the ninjutsu that she and Menshin secretly discussed and improved. How about it, little rascal? Why don't you jump out?" The blonde seduced the enemy in a coquettish voice, and found that no one paid attention to him. "Damn it, one is not enough, right?" The blonde gritted her teeth and hardened her heart and made another seal. "Then let's take a look at this. Super dog licking technique." Bang, bang, bang. A large group of naked blonde beauties appeared like mushrooms after rain, screaming and seducing. There was a thick nosebleed in the air, and with a bang, Naruto took the opportunity to change back to his original form. There, he threw a shuriken. Ding ding. There was a sound of metal collision, and it was easily blocked. TSK. The shark head appeared in great embarrassment, wiping the blood from his nose. "This brat." Men. The female ninja on the other side twitched her mouth, and was also drunk with the embarrassment of her accomplice. Did you see this uncle's active performance?" Naruto shouted excitedly. "Ah." Sasuke really hoped he didn't know this guy. The two did not curse, but simply took out their weapons. HMPH. "Kill you, I must kill you." Sasuke took out a shuriken from his leg bag and said to Naruto, "Don't be too careless." The two groups of people confronted each other, jumping and rushing towards each other, and the sound of metal collision rang out again. In a cave, covered by a waterfall, the passage was deep and long, with faint lights flickering. Sakura was tied to a wall in the cave, and Kaguya stood below her to watch. "We are back." A voice suddenly came from the empty passage. Kaguya turned around and saw that it was Sharkhead and the female ninja escorting Sasuke and Naruto over, staring at the ground dejectedly. "Have you caught them back?" Kaguya asked Sharkhead. "Well, what should we do? Should we tie them together with that kid?" Sharkhead asked him with a smile. "Okay." Kaguya looked at the group of people below and said with a weird smile, "Hey, these guys are no match at all. Sharkhead said easily as he passed by him. I thought I could have a more enjoyable fight. Huh, is that so? Kaguya suddenly attacked and threw shuriken at them. Bang, bang. Sasuke and Naruto were hit and disappeared one after another. It turned out to be a clone. Then, he threw a shuriken with an explosive talisman at the end at a large rock nearby. With a bang, Sasuke was forced out from behind the rock. Haha, you have to act more realistically. A pile of water gathered from the ground out of thin air and formed a human shape. The appearance that was transformed was surprisingly another Kaguya. A water clone. Sasuke held a kunai and rushed to fight with him. After a few rounds, the two were evenly matched. Damn it. Naruto directly transformed a bunch of shadow clones and took the lead in attacking Kaguya. Take it. Just as they were surrounded, they were easily resolved one by him. Bang, bang, bang. The clone disappeared, and Naruto was kicked far away by Kaguya and fell unconscious. Naruto. Sasuke called out to him in a hard fight, but he couldn't wake him up. He thought to himself, this guy's not on the same level as the two guys we just fought. After a few moves, Kaguya took the initiative to jump back and distance himself from Sasuke and said with a sense of unsatisfaction, fight more seriously, Uchiha Sasuke. TSK, is this guy's target me? Sasuke decided immediately and said to him, let the game end early. What is your purpose? Our purpose is to be loyal to that adult. Kaguya said frankly, he asked us to see your strength. That adult? Sasuke guessed. Yes, he is a very great person. After saying that, he actually released the water clone by himself and shot towards Sasuke, splashing clouds of smoke and covering his vision. Swish. Where are you looking at? Kaguya suddenly appeared beside Sasuke and kicked him away. Boom. After being knocked to the edge of a pond in the cave, Sasuke immediately turned over and climbed up, leaping into the air, and began to form seals with his hands, fire style, phoenix fire. Fireballs continued to spit out from his mouth, flying towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Kaguya walked quickly on the water, dodging left and right, and finally simply paddled into the water to avoid the series of fireballs, then surfaced again, raised his hands and formed seals, water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Crash. A large dragon condensed from the water, carrying a terrifying wave, and pounced on Sasuke, swallowing him up in an instant and washing him to a high ground. Cough, cough. Sasuke got up with difficulty, coughing up water from his mouth, thinking to himself, using fire escape to fight water escape is too disadvantageous. Besides, his physical skills are far superior to mine. Even if I use the Sharingan to predict his movements, it won't be of much help. In addition, Sasuke looked down at his left hand. I lost an arm. What should I do? If this goes on, we will be wiped out before we can rescue Sakura. Kaguya stood on the water, lifted up by the water from below, and noticed the strangeness of Sasuke on the opposite side. Your arm seems to be unable to move. He took out a kunai and said with some disappointment, then, let's end this game. Whoosh. He swung his hand and threw the kunai straight over without stopping, and Sasuke was shocked. Ding. What? Kaguya watched the ninja tool he threw over being caught up by another kunai and thrown out of track. Click. Sasuke heard footsteps coming and looked over. What a joke. Naruto woke up at some point, walked to their end of the battle, and shouted at Kaguya, how could I let you end it without permission? Naruto. Sasuke saw him coming. TSK, you're really difficult. Kaguya shook his head and muttered. Stop it, Naruto. Sasuke tried to dissuade Naruto. You can't beat him. I always say what I say, and do what I say. Ignoring the dissuasion, he raised his hand tremblingly and made a seal, saying, leave this guy to me, just stay aside. Sasuke was suddenly awakened by Naruto's words, and for some reason, most of his worries disappeared. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of shadow clones appeared around Naruto in an instant, and they attacked Kaguya in unison with him. Humph, what a stupid guy. Seeing this, Kaguya shook his head in disdain. He stood there motionless, with his arms folded, watching these shadow clones being defeated and disappeared one by the water dragons gushing out from under the water. Wow. HMM. Behind Kaguya, a man suddenly jumped out of the water and attacked fiercely. He formed seals with his hands and shouted, "The ultimate secret of Konoha's fluid technique, 1,000 years of killing." Puff. Ah. Kaguya covered his butt with both hands and flew out screaming. Sasuke was stunned when he saw this scene. He was completely speechless about this yellow-haired man. He made such a big show before, but in the end, he used this trick. Hey, how about it? Naruto did not forget to show off to his opponent. Kill. I must kill you. Kaguya covered his still smoking butt and looked at him with murderous eyes. Seeing his unfriendly face, this guy finally felt that his situation was a little bad. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Kaguya made a fierce remark with a ferocious face, and the whole person instantly turned into several water columns and attacked him quickly. Naruto hurriedly jumped away to avoid the water column attack, but unexpectedly, whoosh, Kaguya instantly appeared behind him, holding a kunai, smiling cruelly, ready to swing his arm fiercely and stab him. Die. Chapter 84, Fighting Kaguya. Whoosh. Kaguya missed with a stab, but Sasuke just managed to flash in time and hugged Naruto around the waist, avoiding the fatal blow. The two of them took advantage of the momentum and hit the ground. You. Naruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Huh, I really can't trust you to do everything alone. Sasuke glared at him unhappily. Are we going to do it together this time? Kaguya said to them contemptuously, if you want to continue playing, you have to let me have fun. After saying that, his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Disappeared again. Naruto felt a headache after seeing the same method as the two before. Not good. Sasuke covered the wound on his arm. Your dog licking technique won't work on him. Hearing him say this, Naruto was about to protest. Hey, do you still have smoke bombs in your waist bag? Sasuke suddenly asked. Smoke bombs? Naruto searched all over his body and finally found 3 remaining ones in his leg bag. He took them out and said, yes, yes. Okay, throw all the smoke bombs out. Naruto nodded and followed his instructions. Bang, bang, bang. A large cloud of smoke gushed out and surrounded the surroundings, forcing Kaguya, who was in stealth mode, to reveal his true form. Hey, you guys are not going to make it foggy and then take the opportunity to escape, right? He looked at the smoke with a look of ridicule and disdain. Whoosh, whoosh. The two took advantage of the thick smoke and hid behind a rock. Hey, we can't see anything like this. Naruto turned his head and looked around. This is good. Our physical skills and ninjutsu are not as good as his opponent. Sasuke patiently explained to Naruto, if we don't do this, once he finds us, we will be killed immediately. This situation is better for us now. How is it good? Naruto really didn't see it. My hand can't be used for the time being. Sasuke guided him and turned his attention to his hand. Although I can't even make a seal. Sasuke didn't give up, but I can still see the flow of chakra with my eyes. After saying that, he opened his Sharingan and said to him for the first time, help me, Naruto. Huh. Naruto looked at him in surprise. Sasuke took off his leg bag and handed it to Naruto. The two of us must rescue Sakura. Hey, you don't need to tell me about that. I know it too. Yeah. Sasuke nodded. Let's go. Ha ha. At this moment, the cave was silent. There was a breeze blowing gently in the smoke. Kaguya opened his eyes and easily dodged the shuriken that attacked him. He spoke to a certain place. Not bad. You haven't given up the fight yet. TSK, why did you miss the target? Throw it more accurately. Sasuke said to satisfiedly. Shut up. The instructions you gave were wrong. Naruto argued with him. Here they come, from the front. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, 3 shuriken attacked, and the two quickly jumped away. That was a close call. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't see anything in the smoke. There's nothing we can do. That just exposed our position. Don't stop now. Keep running. Sasuke urged as he ran. TSK, that's easy for you to say. Naruto retorted. The two of them acted in coordination. Although they didn't have a perfect understanding, they complemented each other and were able to barely form a fighting force to compete with Kaguya in several battles. Oh, it seems that you two are using a complementary strategy, but after seeing the clues of the two, he took out his shuriken. Do you think you can win like this? He took the initiative to rush over. Sasuke and Naruto looked around for Kaguya's trace. Swish. Listening to the sound of breaking wind, Sasuke looked to the side. Without time to warn, he hurriedly reached out to grab Naruto's collar and pulled him back, barely avoiding the several shuriken that attacked him. Ta ta ta. The two of them quickly jumped away to avoid it. Hey, isn't this completely exposed? Naruto complained to him. No, if the visibility was good, we would have been finished. Sasuke reminded him as he ran. You have to thank me, you're the last one. TSK, I'm telling you. Focus, attack from the front. Sasuke shouted before he could finish. Damn it. Naruto took out two shuriken and threw them from the front. Ta, ta. The two shuriken didn't hit the opponent, but instead hit the big rock under his feet. Hey, with your accuracy, I don't even need to dodge. Kaguya looked at the place where the shuriken hit, shook his head and ridiculed, and jumped away. He underestimated you. Sasuke said. Shut up, it's not easy for me either, okay. Naruto was depressed. Aim at the 2 o'clock direction and attack quickly. Sasuke urged him. Ah. I'm so angry, Naruto cursed, and had to throw two shuriken, whoosh, and threw them into the air. 4 o'clock direction. Ta, ta. He threw out two shurikens, but they were still avoided by his opponent. At 8 o'clock, you idiot. Who is the idiot? He threw out two shurikens again, but they still missed. It's useless. Kaguya jumped onto a large rock and stopped. But you guys have been doing this all the time. I'm a little tired of it. He began to make hand seals. Oh no. Sasuke used his Sharingan to see that the opponent's chakra was gathering together at a high speed. Water style, sky-splitting water attack. Kaguya kept spitting out multiple rapid water cannons from his mouth, hitting Naruto and Sasuke. Bang, bang, bang. The two were hit by the water cannons and flew behind them screaming. I told you before that everything you do now is futile. Kaguya jumped onto the rock in front of the two, looked down and said, it seems that this is the end. Sasuke and Naruto climbed up again. The game is over. Yes, it's over. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly pulled a circle of steel wire in his hand. Hiss, hiss, snap. What? Kaguya was startled. He was suddenly entangled by several thin and tough steel wires and could not move. He realized it later and said, did these two guys plan to do this from the beginning? Take advantage of this moment, Naruto. Sasuke pulled tight and shouted. Oh. Naruto jumped up and rushed towards Kaguya. He made seals with his hands and shouted, take it, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, he created an overwhelming number of shadow clones. With a shout, they all punched the enemy. Ah, ah. Kaguya's screams resounded in the cave. After a long while, it's not over yet. Naruto's clones disappeared one by one, after beating the enemies one by one, leaving him alone to stagger and punch. As a result, he fell to the ground due to lack of physical strength, and tried to struggle to get up. Stop it, Naruto. Sasuke jumped onto the stone from below and stopped him, saying, that's enough. After hearing what he said, Naruto gave up climbing up, fell to the ground with a plop and completely fainted. Sasuke turned his eyes and looked at Kaguya coldly. You're done. Not finished. Kaguya was still stubborn. I'm not done yet. We won this game. Sasuke looked down at the unconscious Naruto and said, this guy's indeed an ignorant idiot, but even if it's a game, you can lose to this guy, which means you are nothing special. You bastard. Kaguya tried to break free from the wire. I advise you not to struggle. If you move again, you will die. Sasuke kindly reminded. Ignoring his words, Kaguya continued to struggle for a long time, and finally gave up when he couldn't break free. A strange male voice suddenly came to Kaguya's ears. Your life has helped me a lot. Thank you for your hard work. You are. Kaguya wanted to say something, but suddenly, his mind seemed to be eroded by something, and he was in great pain. He cried out, lowered his head, and spit out blood. What's going on? Sasuke looked at Kaguya in doubt. You showed me a good show, Sasuke. Kaguya's voice suddenly became very strange. She looked up at him, with a very strange makeup on her face, and her whole body was filled with purple chakra. What is this strange chakra? Sasuke had never seen it before, and said in shock, it's completely different from the person just now. Kaguya Kaguya's body ignored the pain of the steel wire cutting his skin, broke through step by step, and walked to Sasuke bleeding. "Why do you know me?" Sasuke questioned the other party. "What is your purpose? Although I really want to praise you, you only managed to beat him by borrowing the power of your companions." The possessed Kaguya smiled at Sasuke ghostly. "You will never be able to beat Uchiha Itachi like this." Sasuke was shocked when he heard this. "Do you know Uchiha Itachi? He is very strong." This person said bluntly, "With your current strength, you may not be able to catch up with him, even if you spend your whole life. What do you want to say?" Sasuke said angrily. "Is it really okay for you to go on like this?" His voice was very bewitching and questioned him. "You don't need to remind me. I will definitely take revenge, no matter what means I use." Sasuke didn't buy his words. It's a good thing, but unfortunately there is no time today." He sighed. "Tell me, who are you?" Sasuke further asked him. "We will meet again." After saying this, the chakra suddenly dissipated and Kaguya collapsed. "Get out of there, Sasuke." Kakashi's belated voice rang out in the cave. When Sasuke heard his words, he jumped away without thinking. Boom. Kaguya's body exploded the moment he fell to the ground. Thick smoke billowed, and Kakashi held Naruto and Sasuke in one hand, and stood side by side in the distance to watch. "Sorry, I'm late," Kakashi said apologetically. "Where's Sakura?" Sasuke asked him. "She's fine, she just fainted." Kakashi moved his position to reveal Sakura lying on the ground behind him. For safety reasons, let her and Naruto rest together. Chapter 85 Guji's Gift. "Yeah, that's okay. What exactly happened here?" Kakashi asked Sasuke. He tracked the place all the way here with the help of his summoned ninja dog. He had just gotten close when the matter was over, and he had no idea what happened in the cave. "I saw him approaching you, but he fell down after a while, as if he was controlled by someone." "I'm not sure either." Sasuke pondered. "It's just that guy knows about me. Are the enemies coming for you?" Hearing him say this, Kakashi analyzed carefully, but he couldn't guess the enemy's intentions. What exactly do this group of people want to do? Sasuke and Kakashi pondered it together for a while, but they still couldn't figure it out, so they stopped thinking about it. After all, they found Genma, who was commissioned to find and rescued Sakura. They planned to return to Konoha with Naruto. Although this man is suspicious, he is right in one thing. My strength is still far from enough. Sasuke carried Sakura on his back, staring at the front. He thought to himself. Putting away the memories, Sasuke turned around. Kakashi leaned against the big rock, raised his eyes to look at him. "Are you okay?" "What?" Sasuke was stunned. "I saw you standing there alone, thinking for a long time." Kakashi put away the intimate paradise. "Thinking for a long time." Sasuke was a little surprised. "This is not like you usually. If something happens, you can tell me." Kakashi moved his neck. "Nothing." Sasuke shook his head. His face returned to his usual expression. "I just suddenly thought of some boring things. Let's continue practicing." "Oh, okay." Kakashi turned around. The two went back and continued their afternoon training. After returning home, Mingshin found that only Dunbei was cleaning the house. He didn't see them, so he asked curiously, "Where are Hotaru and Kimimaro?" "They went out shopping, Mingshin." Dunbei was busy cleaning the house. While mopping the floor, he turned back and said to him, "They probably won't be back until the evening." "Hey, are they out?" Hearing what Dunbei said, Mingshin scratched his head and thought to himself, "Then I'll go to the back mountain too. I haven't visited Guji and Master Chen in such a long time, since I came back." After saying that to him, he went out again and walked towards the back mountain. When passing a fork in the road leading to the back mountain, he saw a little girl running forward happily with a few rice bowls in her hands. "Hey, the back mountain is remote and quiet. What is this child doing here?" Mingshin was curious and quietly followed to see. Mingshin looked out from a tree and found that the little girl stopped in front of a grave and respectfully placed the rice bowls under the tombstone. What is engraved on this tombstone? The words behind it are blocked by the little guy, so I can't see clearly. Forget it, I'll just go down and ask. Mingshin jumped down from the tree. The noisy sound startled the little girl, and she turned around to look. "Don't be afraid, little sister, I just happened to pass by here." I'm not a bad guy with unknown origins, Mingshan said with a smile. Bad guy? The little girl scratched her head in confusion, thought about it, and said to him with a smile, Grandpa once taught me that generally speaking, those who say they are not bad people are not good people. Mingshan's smile gradually stiffened, and he cursed in his heart. Fuck, what kind of grandpa? How can he teach his granddaughter like this? On the surface, he had to smile and ask her, are you here to worship grandpa today, little girl? No. The little girl shook her head. Grandpa is still alive. He comes here to eat rice balls every day. After that, just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Mingshan. Wait a minute, little girl. The little girl looked at him in confusion, only to see Mingshan stretch out his hand and quickly grab something next to her face. Mingshan retracted his hand and spread his palm in front of her. It was a katydid. Little girl, you should be more careful. You didn't even notice the katydid running over your head. Mingshan threw away the katydid in his hand, half squatted down, gently rubbed her head, looked at each other and smiled. Be careful on your way home. Yeah. The little girl blushed for no reason, nodded, and ran away by herself. Oh, it's rare to have such a well-behaved and sensible child nowadays. Mingshan sighed, and behind him, a voice suddenly echoed, yes. Mingshan looked back in surprise, and found that it was Master Chen sitting on the tombstone, eating the rice bowl in his hand, looking him up and down from time to time. TSK, is this really your grave? Mingshan was at a loss, whether to laugh or cry, and complained to Master Chen. I thought the Hokage was just joking at that time. Hey, the rice bowls made by Asami are really delicious. Master Chen praised, and turned to him and said, in order to avoid trouble, I erected a tombstone in advance, so that everyone will think that I have died long ago. I really admire you. Mingshan smiled and took out a small thing well wrapped in oil paper from his arms, and threw it to Master Chen. Catch it. What is this? Master Chen caught the thing casually, and asked in doubt. I originally wanted to buy food for my little girl, but now I'm giving it to you. It's a snack from the hot spring street. Mingshan thought of the little girl just now and asked casually, is that child just now your granddaughter? Yes, her name is Asami. Master Chen opened the oil paper package, tasted the snack inside, and praised, it melts in your mouth. Very delicious, and not inferior to Asami's rice bowls at all. After Mingshan chatted with Master Chen for a few more words, he was ready to say goodbye and move on. Master Chen, I'm going to go to Old Man Guji now. I'll talk to you another day. Hey, are you leaving now? Master Chen wanted to chat a few more words, but he shook his head and refused, so he had to say, okay, I usually come here to get the rice bowls at this time. If you want to chat with me, you can come over at this time at any time. Well, okay. After leaving the cemetery, Mingshan walked a long way and finally came to the small river where he was last time. He found that Guji was practicing swordsmanship at this time. Hey, it's the same swordsmanship as last time. Mingshan looked at one of his arms swinging unsteadily and suddenly swept it, and the blade flashed. Snap. Snap. Guji heard the applause, turned his head and looked back. It was Mingshan standing outside, and said, Mingshan, you're here. Well, old man, I haven't come to your place for a long time. Mingshan walked over and said politely, how come you have time to come to my place today? Seeing Mingshan approaching, Guji waved his hand to signal him to sit next to him. As for me, actually, Mingshan sat down and chatted with Guji about the various people and things he encountered after participating in the Chunin exam. Guji patiently listened to Mingshan's story. When he finished, he nodded and sighed. I didn't expect that you would do this for Kimimaro. Before Guji finished, Mingshan shook his head and said, no, old man, it's nothing. If I fell like this, they would do the same. Yes, I believe it. Old man, I didn't have the chance to listen last time. Can you tell me your story now? Mingshan threw a few stones into the stream and asked the old man, I want to listen. Haha, it will take a long time. Old man Guji smiled at him. Well, in this leisurely afternoon, just treat it as a way to kill time. Mingshan played with the small stones in his hand. Why not listen to a long story? After saying this, the two smiled at each other. Time passed unknowingly, and it was night. Snap. In front of Mingshan and Guji, the bonfire was burning the dead branches, making a crisp cracking sound. I didn't expect that you and the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage have worked together, old man. Mingshan sincerely admired him and couldn't help but sigh. 50 years of life is nothing compared to the world. Looking at the world, it's like a dream. 50 years of life. Guji didn't understand what Mingshan meant by what he said next. Oh, I forgot. Mingshan suddenly remembered that there was no such poem in this world. What he just recited was the 50 years in the world that Toda Nobunaga liked to sing during the Warring States period in his previous life. He quickly found an excuse and said awkwardly, "This is a poem that a friend I met when I was on a mission outside often recited. Is that so?" Guji suddenly realized there is a very sad feeling in this poem. Well, I don't really understand the meaning of this poem, but I just think it's very rhyming to recite, so I just wrote it down casually and sang it as a pastime when I was bored. He said so to Guji. Then, Mingshan looked up at the night sky, retracted his gaze, and said to Guji, "Grandpa, I should go back." "Well, you should go back indeed." Guji also looked at the sky and turned to fiddle with the fire. "I'm sorry Mingshan, I made you patiently listen to so many nagging words from an old man like me." "Hey, what are you talking about? I'm so happy that you are willing to tell me all this," Mingshan said with a smile. "After a while, when Kimimaro's matter is completely resolved, I will bring him and I to visit you together, old man." "Haha, okay, let's make a deal." Mingshan stood up and shook his legs and feet that were stiff from sitting for a long time. "I'm leaving, old man. See you later." After that, he was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Mingshan." Guji seemed to have made some decision in his heart and suddenly shouted to him when he was about to leave. Mingshan turned around and looked at Guji in confusion. "What's wrong, old man?" He just smiled and said nothing. He took out a scroll from his tent by the river, stretched it out, and removed the seal inside. He handed a sword to Mingshan. "This is for you." "For me?" Mingshan was very surprised. He did not reach out to take it, but shook his head and said, "I can't accept this." "What's wrong?" Guji looked at him indifferently and felt strange. "Why don't you accept it? This is a special gift for you. There is an old saying, no merit without reward. Thank you for your kindness, old man." Mingshan gently pushed away the sword handed over by Guji and did not accept it. "Oh, Mingshan, you misunderstood me." Guji didn't know how to say him, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Take it." He stuffed the ninja sword to Mingshan. "Old man, this." The next chapter will continue to open the main storyline. Chapter 86 Fateful Night. "Listen to me. This katana was given to me by the second Hokage when I was young." Guji said, "Didn't you give the wakizashi to a friend before? How can you perform a mission outside without a suitable weapon?" "I was planning to order another one after the Chunin exam." Mingshan wanted to continue, but was stopped by Guji. "I have never used this katana given by the Hokage." Guji looked at the sword with his hands behind his back and said, "It's not that I don't want to use it, but it doesn't fit me. If it continues to stay with me, I can only use it as a decoration." Mingshan pulled the sword out of the scabbard. It was 3 feet long, narrow in front and wide in the back, and had a beautiful shape. Under the light of the fire, it shone with little stars. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good sword. Don't refuse it anymore. If you refuse again, I will be really angry." Guji said with a smile. "Okay." Mingshan sheathed the sword, tied it and hung it behind his waist, then said goodbye to Guji and left the river. Under the dim moonlight, Mingshan was walking back home. Just as he was about to turn the corner at the street side, he suddenly saw the roof of a store from a distance. "Hey, what's going on?" He saw 2 ninja-like people, one in front and one behind, chasing each other in the distance. Because of the distance, he couldn't see clearly. Mingshan was confused and quickly jumped to the roof next to him. He followed. His feet kept speeding up. After a while, he finally saw 2 people fighting fiercely on a wide and long eaves in front of him. The metal clashed fiercely, rubbing out countless sparks and clanging. "Hurry up." After hearing the sound of fighting, he couldn't help but speed up. Boom. Debris flew everywhere. One of the ninjas with a knife was defeated by the other and quickly slipped and fell out. His back hit another wall under the eaves. Another ninja holding a kunai followed closely and launched a fierce attack, flying towards him. Clang! A crisp metal collision sound rang out again, and the two people fought desperately and were deadlocked. Clang! The wooden board under their feet collapsed straight down because it could not bear the weight of the two people. Clang! Clang! The knife-wielding ninja took advantage of the gap when he fell and turned over to press him down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other ninja blew black mist from his mouth. Cough. The knife-wielding ninja's vision was blocked, and he kept coughing. Boom. The ninja took the opportunity to kick him away and attacked him, shouting, "Die." Ha. His attack cut into the air. Boom. The knife-wielding ninja flashed to his side, kicked him to the ground, and slid a distance. The man turned over from the ground calmly, exerted force with his legs, and jumped to the roof on the side. While in midair, he did not forget to turn around and threw a shuriken at the knife-wielding ninja who followed closely behind him. Ding. The knife-wielding ninja easily swung the shuriken and knocked it away. Aye. The two ran to another place to confront each other. When he saw the knife-wielding ninja sheathing the ninja sword, he secretly thought it was not good. Konoha Ryu. The knife-wielding ninja created two shadow clones. The three of them acted at the same time, all drawing their swords and slashing at him. Miki-luck no moon dance. Swoosh. Bang. He threw out a kunai with one hand, dispelling one of the clones. With the other hand, he elbowed the clone that was attacking from the side. With a bang, it also disappeared. "It's over." The original shouted and attacked him from the front. Puff. He chopped into the man's shoulder and sank deep into it. Blood spurted out from his vest. He tried to retract the knife with his hand, but found that he couldn't pull it back. He was shocked. "The knife, I can't pull it out." Well, is this Konoha Ryu's Miki-luck no moon dance? Although he didn't notice it at first and was hit, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing him reaching for the knife. "You are so young, yet you can use this trick so skillfully. Konoha village is really full of talents." The ninja gritted his teeth, grasped the blade of the ninja sword tightly, and praised, "Your swordsmanship is very beautiful. However, although it is entirely possible to catch a real blade, no one can catch the wind blade." After that, he formed a seal with one hand, guided the air in his hand to rotate, forming an extremely sharp wind blade. The wind sound was sharp and piercing, and it cut the opponent's face from time to time. Suddenly, he swung it. He was cut directly by the front of the wind blade and flew into the air. Then, he was cut by several wind blades that followed him. The vest on his chest was broken, and a shocking wound appeared under his ribs. He lay on his back on the ground, dying. What a pity. The man was about to shake his head and sigh. Suddenly, "Hey!" A voice that was neither loud nor soft sounded behind him, which startled him. Just as he was about to turn around. Swish. His injured right hand was neatly cut off by someone with a knife. In just a moment, the broken arm flew far away and fell to the ground. "What did you do to my teacher?" Ming Xian held the sword that Guji had just given him, opened a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes, and said coldly, "You son of a bitch." Ugh. The man's face turned pale quickly, and he covered the broken arm with his hand. He only endured for a moment, because he couldn't bear it anymore. The extremely intense pain that followed made him roar. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, and jumped up with difficulty to escape from here. Ahem. Ming-Shan did not chase after him immediately, but half knelt on the ground, holding the man carefully in his hands, his voice trembling slightly. "Hey teacher, hold on, we will find a medical ninja right away." Ming-Shan. Jifeng's lips moved, and he opened his mouth, but he still couldn't say what he wanted to say. He just stared at Ming-Shan's face in a daze, until the last trace of light in his eyes disappeared completely in the darkness. Ming-Shan silently raised his hand, shaking involuntarily, closed his teacher's eyes, gently put him down, and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was standing in front of Maki, who was injured and running away in the distance. "You guy." Maki was frightened, covering his bleeding broken arm with his remaining hand, cold sweat on his forehead, staggering back, and his situation was very bad. Ming-Shan's pupils gradually expanded, and there was still a lot of his blood on the blade. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Maki, go to hell with Jifeng, you bastard." With a swish, He kicked his legs back and suddenly accelerated. Mingshan instantly approached behind Maki, and before he could react, he pretended to cut him in half. Ding. Oh, if I'll let you cut him in half like this, I would be very troubled. The man with glasses, who had been watching the fight on the roof, before flashed between the two of them, holding Mingshan's ninja sword with one hand, and concentrating green chakra on Maki's broken arm with the other hand, to heal and restore him. Yakushi Kabuto? Although Mingshan recognized the man, he still drew out his sword silently, and dodged to the other side. Just as he was about to change his moves, he suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind. He jumped away without thinking too much. Several shuriken attacked, and hit the place where he was standing just now. Another Kabuto appeared, holding 2 smoke bombs in his hand, and threw them hard on the ground near Mingshan. Bang, bang, thick fog sprayed out, covering the area. TSK. When Mingshan dispersed the smoke, they had already retreated and left, completely lost their traces, and were difficult to find. Ding. Helplessly, he chopped the wall next to him with a knife. Who is there? Behind Mingshan, there was a voice, and soon someone could be heard running hurriedly, and the barking of dogs was gradually approaching. Late at night, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. Mingshan, what's going on? The third Hokage sat at his desk, looking at the report in his hand, and looked up at Mingshan. I don't know. He just shook his head, and was silent for a while before continuing. When I arrived at Kikyo Castle, Height had been severely injured by the sand ninja's Maki with a ninjutsu, and fell to the ground, and then died. Are you sure Height was killed by Maki from the sand village? The third Hokage asked him. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He killed Height with a wind blade. Mingshan answered affirmatively. At that time, I also cut off one of his arms. As long as Lord Hokage sends someone to summon him, he will know it at a glance. I'm afraid that's not possible. Maki returned to the Kingdom of Wind yesterday. If there is no direct evidence to prove that he is related to this matter, it will cause diplomatic disputes between the two countries. The third Hokage frowned. Height was assigned by me to follow the sound ninja spy named Kabuto. I didn't expect that it would involve the Sand Village. Yakushi Kabuto? Mingshan muttered. Sound ninja? His intuition told him that things were far from that simple. Except for a pool of blood at the scene, there was no other evidence left. The third Hokage smoked and sighed, including the arm you mentioned. I didn't see it. TSK. Mingshan frowned, thinking, these bastards, they acted so quickly. Mingshan, I hope you can't tell anyone about Height for the time being, including the partners of Team 9. The third Hokage pondered for a long time, and opened his mouth to instruct him. Why? Mingshan was startled when he heard the third Hokage's order. After a little thought, he knew why. Although he felt a little upset, he still asked, is it for the Chunin exam, or for the sake of maintaining the diplomatic relations between the two countries? Well, both of the 2 points you mentioned. The third Hokage admitted frankly, but things are much more complicated than that. Is it because of Orochimaru? Mingshan blurted out. The third Hokage was really surprised and asked subconsciously, do you know Orochimaru? In the Forest of Death, we once fought him together with Team 7. Mingshan briefly told the third Hokage about his encounter with Orochimaru, and even told him about the last time he met his subordinate Hanglian at sea. After listening to Mingshan's narration, the third Hokage lowered his head slightly, put his pipe on the table, and pondered in silence. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something, and shook his head helplessly. Tomorrow, you go back first, and we can handle the rest. After a long time, the third Hokage spoke, and said only this to him. Tomorrow morning, I will convene many Jonin to discuss countermeasures. Okay, Hokage. Although Mingshan nodded respectfully, his feet did not move. What's wrong? The third Hokage asked, when he saw that he did not move. I have a request, and I hope that Hokage can agree to it. Go ahead. Chapter 87 The So-Called Ninja. Can you summon Yuzuki Yugeo from the ANBU? Mingshan made his request. Summon? The third Hokage was puzzled. What did he want to ask her for? She is the lover of Mr. Height. She has the right to know his affairs. After saying this, Mingshan took Height's ninja sword from his back with a dull look, and placed it on the third Hokage's desk. I can't face Sister Yugeo. I will send someone to inform her and tell her about Hayate's affairs alone. The third Hokage thought for a moment and agreed to his request. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will take my leave first. He closed his eyes and lowered his head very low. Leaving the Hokage building, Mingshan walked inch by inch. In a trance, he recalled the scene when he first saw Hayate. My name is Moonlight Hayate. I like you Gayo. Cough. I hate people who are not responsible for doing things. I don't want to tell you about my hobbies. My dream in the future is to be with you Gayo. Cough. I can't forget the way he stood in front of the three people and coughed all the time. I couldn't help but secretly complain about him. Tick-tock. Mingshan reached out to touch his face and found it was very wet. He looked up at the night sky. It was not raining, so why was there raindrops falling? Boom. He suddenly bumped his head against a big tree beside him. There was more and more rain on his face, sliding down silently, and his shoulders shook unwillingly. So-called tears are more effective than singing a song when you are sad, but when you grow up one day, you will understand that there are still sorrows in life that cannot be washed away by tears, and there are also pains that you cannot cry, even if you want to. The third generation Hokage silently looked at Mingshan and the crystal ball. Ninja, you can't pursue the reason for your existence. It will be easy to live just as a tool. Tomorrow, you have to bear everything as a human being. This will be a surer road with no end in sight. Midnight, outside Konoha village. Ugh. Maki collapsed on the ground with one hand and vomited continuously, and an unknown purple liquid kept gushing out of his mouth. After he calmed down a little, he raised his head with difficulty, looked at the two people standing in front of him, and asked, Orochimaru, what did you give me to eat? Oh, I gave you this to take, but it's a treasure I have kept for a long time. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. He still held Maki's arm that was cut off by Mingshan in his hand, and he was amazed. I didn't expect that the wooden fly would become more and more annoying after not seeing it for a while. Indeed, Mingshan looks harmless on the outside, but I didn't expect that he is really hidden. Kabuto pushed the frame of his glasses. Haha, interesting. Can my hand be reattached? Maki's face was as pale as paper, and he was as unstable as a candle in the wind. Haha, don't worry, it would take 2 days to reattach your hand, but it happens that Lord Orochimaru is here, so the time can be shortened to 1 day. Kabuto assured him. You are the most important contact person between us Otonin and Tsunagakure. With a kind smile on his face, he helped Maki up. Before the plan is handed over to Lord Kazekage, I will never let you have any accidents. The sooner the better. Maki mumbled this sentence, then his head tilted and he fainted. Have you arranged for those little sand ninja brats? Orochimaru looked at Maki, stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips and asked Kabuto. It's arranged. Kabuto reported the situation carefully. As early as when I took Maki to evacuate to the outskirts of Konoha, I changed into his appearance and rushed to meet up with them to stabilize them and let the three of them go back first to rest. Well done. Orochimaru handed the severed hand to Kabuto Yakushi and ordered him, Kabuto, you take Maki down first. I still have things to arrange. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto obeyed the order respectfully and took the unconscious Maki away, but when passing by Orochimaru, he glanced at somewhere imperceptibly. Those few people seemed to be Lord Orochimaru's base in the south. This guy Maki, I always feel that something is wrong. Kankuro put down the crow, leaned on the edge of the balcony, and expressed his doubts to Temari who came in later. You are overthinking. Temari didn't think so. She looked at Gaara passing by her with a complicated expression, walked back to her room, as if nothing had happened, and closed the door. TSK, that guy named Dos Anvil is such an idiot. He actually offered himself up to. Kankuro was talking about Gaara when he was interrupted by Temari, who said, stop talking, Kankuro, go to bed early. TSK, I see. In the early morning, at home, Mingshan was lying on the bed, with his hands on his forehead, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Dang, dang, dang. There was a gentle knock on the door. I'm coming in, Mingshan. The door was opened, and Kimimaro walked in. Seeing him like this, he sat directly on the bed and said nothing. After a long time, tell me when you want to talk, okay? Kimimaro took the initiative to break the silence and said gently, I'm sorry. Mingshan closed his eyes very sadly. Hotaru is coming over. Go wash your face quickly. Don't let her see it. Cough. As soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, he hunched over, covered his mouth and coughed violently. When Mingshan heard the sound, he quickly got up and helped him rub his back. Kimimaro, I'll go again. Mingshan was extremely anxious about Hayate's death. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by him. It's okay. Didn't the doctor say that it's only been more than half a month? I can still hold on. Kimimaro shook his head and smiled indifferently. You've done enough, Mingshan. Thank you. But, darn. Kimimaro brother. The girl's cry came from outside the door at the right time. Kimimaro stood up and said without looking back, go and wash up quickly. I'll go open the door to deal with her first. After saying that, he left the room and walked to the front door to open the door for Aing. Hearing this, Mingshan silently followed Kimimaro's arrangement, got up, walked out of the bedroom, and hid in the bathroom to wash up. Mingshan, where did you go last night? The wild girl asked, as soon as she saw him coming out of the bathroom. Nothing. I was chatting with someone by the creek in the back mountain yesterday. I was so excited that I forgot to come back. Mingshan thought for a moment and brought up the incident by the creek to fool her. By the creek in the back mountain? Aing looked him up and down with a suspicious look and asked tentatively with a smile, were you secretly discussing your ideal life with Han Dao? How is that possible? You are overthinking. Mingshan laughed awkwardly. I was in the back mountain. He told them in detail about his previous encounter with Guji. TSK, is that really the case? Aing still didn't believe his lies. TSK, you damn girl, you are so suspicious. Not daring to say it to her face, Mingshan only complained secretly in his heart and said on the surface, when have I ever lied to you? Let's go visit the old man together after the Chunin exams are over. His cooking skills are amazing. HMPH, I'll just believe your lies for now. Aing pouted and ran to Kimimaro with a smile. Brother Kimimaro, let's go out for breakfast this morning. Hey, eat outside? Mingshan asked her in confusion. Didn't Tonbei make breakfast for you? He left Konoha yesterday afternoon and was called back by Grandpa, saying that there was something. The girl said, while pulling Kimimaro's arm. HMPH, I just went to the kitchen and took a look. You didn't even make breakfast for Kimimaro this morning. He's a patient now. What a shame. Aing scolded him dissatisfiedly. Mingshan only remembered it now and said to the girl a little embarrassedly, hey, I overslept this morning. Let's go out for breakfast together. Chapter 88 A Guilt. In the Hokage's office, many Jonins were called together by the third Hokage and sat on the floor. I think some people have heard the news from last night. The third Hokage looked at everyone and said, the body of Gekao Hayate was found on the edge of Kakayo Castle. What? Hayate? How could this happen? This is impossible. Unbelievable. Damn it, who did it? After hearing the news of Hayate's death, many Jonins were in an uproar and talked about it. Hearing the news of Hayate's murder, Han Dao felt very uncomfortable among many Jonins and secretly blamed herself in her heart. Is it my fault? Is the murderer Orochimaru? A Jonin sitting in the front row of Han Dao asked with a senbon in his mouth. No, according to Ito tomorrow that night, the murderer was Maki, a Jonin from the Sand village of the Wind Country. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. Kakashi continued to analyze. The person Hayate is tracking and spying on this time should be the Otonin spy named Kabuto, but Orochimaru must be related to this matter. Then let's cancel the Chunin exam and capture Orochimaru and Maki together. The man with a scar on the left side of his face who was sitting next to Kakashi said this. I'm afraid that's not possible. The third Hokage shook his head. Maki is no longer in Konoha. There is no evidence at the scene to accuse him of doing it. And Orochimaru appeared in front of Red Bean and threatened us not to cancel this Chunin exam where we gather with the allies. Hiruzen, what's going on? An old man with glasses, who was sitting not far from the third Hokage asked. The third Hokage looked at him. Menyan, Orochimaru himself has enough power to destroy a small country. I'm afraid that, after he left the village, many countries have set their sights on him. He retracted his gaze. Besides, he left Konoha with resentment. Every country would want to get him. Then our allies will not join forces with Orochimaru to betray Konoha, right? The scarred ninja said worriedly. Hearing him say this, the third Hokage and everyone else were startled and had their own thoughts. Those covenants were just a whim and a casual remark. The scarred ninja looked at Kakashi, who said this. Isn't that how the ninja world wars in the past happened? Well, in short, Konoha now has too little intelligence. Even if we suspect the allies, we have no evidence to show that they are colluding with each other. We can't speculate or question them at random. The third Hokage said calmly. At present, the village has sent out ANBU to various countries to secretly collect intelligence. The grey-haired old woman sitting on the other side of the third Hokage also spoke up. If we act rashly, the village may be in danger, because this may also be one of the enemy's goals. Everyone heard this and silently agreed. After the old woman finished speaking, the third Hokage continued. Besides, I trust you very much. Everyone heard this and looked at the third Hokage with both eyes. If it really comes to the end, when we have no choice, we can only gather all the forces of our Konoha and fight with all our strength. The hawk circled over the building, and half an hour passed. The senior ninjas and the senior officials had a final discussion and decided to send more people to prepare to comprehensively increase the security of the village before and after the third exam. Then they announced the adjournment of the meeting, and the third Hokage asked everyone to continue to do their own things. When everyone stood up and left, the third Hokage accidentally saw that Han Dao stood up alone, as if she had something on her mind. Han Dao, don't leave yet. Come to the reception room later. The third Hokage stood up and said to her, then left first. Han Dao saw that the third Hokage had something to say to her. She hesitated for a while and waited until Han and Kakashi left the office before she took a step, turned the corner, and walked to the reception room on the other side of the second floor. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. Please come in. Excuse me, Han Dao said, opened the door, and entered the reception room. She saw the third Hokage looking up at the portraits of the previous Hokage on the wall. You are here, Han Dao. The third Hokage retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at her, and motioned her to sit down. What do you want to talk to me about, Hokage? Han Dao sat down stiffly. Han Dao. The third Hokage sat down and looked at her and said frankly, do you regret coming back alive from the forest of death? Han Dao lowered his head and said nothing. Don't worry about it. You have nothing to do with Orochimaru anymore. The third Hokage tried to comfort her, but he sighed. There is no ninja in Konoha now who can compete with him. Even I'm afraid I can't do it. If the fourth Hokage was still alive. Red Bean recalled that adult and felt very sorry. Don't say that. He has already sacrificed to save this village. The third Hokage looked at the fourth Hokage's portrait, and that was more than 10 years ago. He is gone now. We must rely on our own strength to protect Konoha. Yes. The third Hokage stood up and picked up the Hokage hat on the table. I'm going out to get some fresh air. When he passed by her, don't blame yourself too much. Red Bean looked at the back of the third Hokage leaving and gently bowed to see him off. After the third Hokage went outside to get some fresh air for a while, Red Bean left immediately. As soon as she walked to the door of the building, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Mingshin passing by. It's him, she said softly. HMM. As if sensing someone was watching him, Mingshin paused and glanced around. Soon, he met Han Dao's eyes. He felt very surprised, but not too surprised. He thought to himself, did the third Hokage summon her here? The two looked at each other for a long time, and almost at the same time, they couldn't help but walk towards each other. Mingshin took the initiative to greet her. What a coincidence, Han Dao. Yes. Han Dao opened her mouth, and it was rare for her not to give him a cold look when they met. After a moment, she asked, why are you here? I had breakfast with Kimimaro and the others, and was just walking around. I happened to pass by here. Mingshin choked for a long time, before explaining to Han Dao, and then suddenly asked, are you free now? Han Dao asked him subconsciously. If possible, let's go to the park together? Mingshin asked her tentatively. Han Dao actually imitated him, choking for a long time before speaking. Okay, I'm not too busy right now. Mingshin and Han Dao said this, and then they walked together awkwardly towards the park. Along the way, the two of them had their own thoughts and no one spoke. What should I do? Should I say something to ease the atmosphere? Ming-shin thought. Height died because of tracking Kabuto, which is inseparable from Orochimaru. Hongdao's heart was full of contradictions. They secretly glanced at each other and found that they were both secretly looking at each other. They hurriedly turned their eyes away and pretended to stare elsewhere. Ming-shin? Hey, who is calling me? Ming-shin stopped. This is a very familiar voice, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. Hyuga Hinata? Hongdao, who was beside him, suddenly spoke, and she looked under a big tree on the right. Ming-shin followed her gaze and found Hinata. Is that you, Hinata? He walked over and greeted her with a smile. Long time no see. Yeah. Hinata walked out timidly as usual, nodded to the two of them, and said to Hongdao, hello, Hongdao teacher. Yeah, hello. Hongdao replied politely. She was very impressed by this girl who performed exceptionally well in the preliminaries. How is your illness? Ming-shin asked her. It's much better now. Hinata answered him a little stiffly. Thank you, Ming-shin, for rescuing me that day. After saying that, she actually bowed to Ming-shin to express her gratitude. Hey, Hinata, don't be like this. Ming-shin held her hand and said politely, even if it wasn't me, someone else would have jumped down from above to save you that day. But no matter what, it was you who saved me. Hinata turned around and poked her little hand and said to him, I can't do anything about you. Ming-shin smiled bitterly, and suddenly something came to his mind, and he said to her jokingly, if you have time to say thank you to me, you might as well pay more attention to Naruto's current training progress. What are you talking about? Hearing him say this, Hinata blushed and her heart beat fast, which was very funny. You always hide more secretly, it's hard not to let people know. Ming-shin continued to reveal the secrets. Hinata was a little panicked. Well, it's what you think, but now only Kimimaro, Hotaru, and I know your secret. Worried that she would panic, he quickly added to comfort her, don't worry, we haven't told anyone else yet, and we will definitely help you keep this secret. Really? Hinata was at a loss at this moment, and asked him uncertainly. Don't worry. Ming-shin promised her with a smile, but you have to work hard too, and try to get together with Naruto soon. Before he could finish his words, he saw her face was red, so he had to smile mischievously and stopped talking. Cough. Ming-shin pretended to cough dryly, then said that he and Hongdao had something to deal with, said goodbye to Hinata and walked away. I didn't expect that you are so good at teasing girls, Hongdao said to him unhappily. After Hinata's good show, the two of them were no longer as awkward as they were at the beginning. Are you jealous? Ming-shin patted his chest and promised her, then I will only treat you like this in the future, and will never tease other girls again, and I won't even look at them more. Hey, don't talk nonsense anymore. Hongdao rolled her eyes at him directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will just leave. Hey, I won't say anything, is that okay? Ming-shin quickly begged for mercy. The two arrived at the park and sat down in a deserted place. Ming-shin, about Height. Hongdao hesitated and started to speak, but before she could finish, Ming-shin shook her head to stop her from saying the rest. It's not your fault, Hongdao. Ming-shin looked into her eyes and said, even if Kabuto is Orochimaru's subordinate, he has nothing to do with you anymore. How do you know the relationship between me and Orochimaru? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Orochimaru's Visit. I asked Hokage about your past before. After saying that, Ming-shin suddenly reached out his hand quickly, and before she could react, he pulled open the collar on her neck, and saw a black 3 Magatama mark. Is this the curse seal? Snap. What are you doing? Although Hongdao's heartbeat accelerated for a moment, she was more embarrassed and annoyed. She slapped Ming-shin away with a gloomy face, covered her neck with one hand subconsciously, stood up, and took out a shuriken with the other hand, and pointed it at him. Ming-shin. Ming-shin calmly shook his head and explained to her, I don't mean anything else. I just want to see the curse seal. This must have caused you a lot of pain. Humph, it's none of your business. Hong Dao's attitude changed drastically and said coldly, don't be angry, I apologize for my rude behavior just now. Knowing that he had done something a bit too much, Mingshan stood up and bowed to her to apologize and ought not to have a quarrel with her. If you dare to do anything weird again, I will leave immediately, Hong Dao warned him. I promise I won't. After hearing that, Mingshan raised his head and straightened his body. He turned to her and said, however, I will find a way to help you remove this curse so that you will never suffer from the erosion again. Even the Hokage can't remove it. What can you do? Han Dao didn't believe his nonsense. If it could be removed so easily, she would have solved it herself. Oh, everything depends on human efforts. Mingshan signaled her to sit down with his eyes. The two of them were silent for a while before he spoke. Are you feeling better now? What do you mean by better? Han Dao didn't understand for a moment and asked him back. I pulled your collar on purpose to piss you off. Mingshan smiled at her and said, I do this in the hope that you will no longer be so depressed, vent your emotions, and feel better. I'm talking to you. Hong Dao pretended to make a fist and hit him. Hey, I surrender. Don't hold a grudge against me, okay? I've seen it all. Mingshan hurriedly laughed to parry her, but after the laughter, a hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes. He turned his head away and stopped laughing. He said to himself, I don't know how to face them. Seeing him like this, Han Dao lowered his eyelids, feeling very complicated. This is the first time I've seen this kid look like this since I met him. Haven't you told them the truth about Hay-8? Ignoring the previous teasing of her, Mingshan took the initiative to ask him about it. No, the third Hokage told me not to tell anyone else, including them. Mingshan looked at Han Dao and answered her. This is the fate of ninjas. Han Dao sighed. It's my fault. If I had arrived earlier, Hay-8 wouldn't have died. Mingshan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, hating his own powerlessness. If this is all your fault, then I should have died with Orochimaru in the forest of death. Hong Dao changed her tone and said to him bluntly, what? Mingshan opened her eyes and looked at her in shock. Seeing his gaze, Hong Dao was silent for a long time and finally told her what happened at that time. As a result, after listening to Mingshan, he actually said the same thing as the third Hokage in the morning. This made a strange ripple in Hong Dao's heart. The gap between the two was not as deep as when they first met. Do you have time in the evening? Mingshan asked her. In the evening? Hong Dao looked at him sideways. No, what are you going to do? Didn't I promise to treat you to a barbecue once a month? Mingshan said to her frankly, just think of it as accompanying me to relieve my guilt. How about it? She looked at him and thought seriously for a long time. Okay, in a few days, I'll take a break. She still agreed. Hong Dao and Tim agreed to a time, and after letting her arrange the time, they went to eat barbecue together. Well, can I tell you something else? Mingshan tried to say it after he and Hong Dao made an appointment. What are you going to say? Hong Dao didn't understand what he was going to say. In the future, when no one is around, can you call my name alone, Mingshan? Mingshan scratched his head and asked. Oh, I don't want to, you're dreaming. Han Dao rejected him with a smile and stood up gracefully. I'm leaving. Hey. Mingshan looked at her back as she left, wanted to say something, but didn't say it, feeling a little lost. After a long time, Mingshan sat on the bench in a daze and didn't even feel someone approaching from behind. Hey, everyone has gone far away. Yeah. Mingshan nodded. Yeah. Hey. After a while, Mingshan reacted and looked behind and found that it was a white-haired idiot standing there. TSK, how long have you been here? Mingshan asked unhappily. Not long, just a little while. Jiraiya sat next to him carelessly. Why didn't you go to guide Naruto's training today? Mingshan asked him in confusion. I've taught him everything I should have taught him. The rest is up to him. Jiraiya yawned. Hey, what have you taught him during this time? Mingshan asked. Summoning. Jiraiya didn't try to hide it and told him everything. Just one summoning? Mingshan looked at him strangely. Yeah. Jiraiya was a little confused when he saw him staring at him speechlessly. Why are you looking at me like that? You only taught him how to summon a toad? Mingshan said after a long while before he could utter this sentence to complain about him. Hey, that's too much. What do you mean by a toad? That's my toad immortal ancestor. Jiraiya wanted to brag a little more, but Mingxin quickly shook his head to stop him and lazily hit him. Don't make trouble. Don't brag too much. We are still good friends. Hey, you little bastard. Jiraiya was about to jump up and down because of his retort, but suddenly Mingxin threw a small book to him. What is this? He took the book and asked him. This is a copy of the beauty picture. I give it to you. Mingxin took out a mirror from somewhere, looked at the mirror very seriously, and adjusted his hairstyle. Is this also written by Feng Zhangxiu? Jiraiya asked him with a wretched and unpromising look. Yeah, that's right. Mingxin put away the mirror. I'm worried about my lack of inspiration lately and can't write. Jiraiya took the book without hesitation and saw Mingxin get up to leave. Hey, don't go. What for? Mingxin glanced over. I'm very busy. Humph, who are you trying to fool? Jiraiya exposed him. I saw you talking to her for so long just now, and you didn't want to leave. I've only been here for a while, and you want to run away. Are you a girl? No. Then what am I talking to you about? Mingxin picked his nose with his little finger and glared at him. Of course I'll just briefly finish, and then we'll say goodbye. Why do I want to hit him so much, but I can't refute what he said. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and he was very depressed at the moment. Nothing, I'll leave first. Mingxin just raised his legs, and Jiraiya called him from behind. I took 2 copies of your novel materials for nothing, and I always feel bad. How about this? I will teach you the summoning technique. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but when he heard that he was going to teach the summoning technique, Mingxin was immediately speechless. The summoning technique is a blood contract summoning, which can summon various summoned beasts to assist ninjas in battle. It requires a blood contract with the summoned beast to summon, and the size of the summoned creature is also related to the amount of chakra in the body. Mingxin looked down on him. I can recite all these backwards, buddy. Hey, don't tell me that you saw the content in the bookstore? Jiraiya pulled a long face. How is it possible? I asked the Hokage about the summoning technique before. Mingxin looked at him in surprise. Is there anything wrong with this? Jiraiya was speechless. Although I wrote it down at the time, I thought the summoning technique was too troublesome, so I didn't learn it. Mingxin said indifferently. Jiraiya heard him say this, silently raised his thumbs to this guy, using a gesture to express how much he hated him at the moment. He urged him to figure out the plot of the novel quickly, and said goodbye to him tomorrow, but he finally left. After leaving the park and returning home, he pushed open the door, and saw that there was no one in the house. He said to himself, Hina and Kimimaro haven't come back yet, or did the girl take him out again? After thinking for a while, he felt that both possibilities were possible, so he planned to do the housework first. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, suddenly, swish. Tomorrow quickly took out the shuriken from his leg bag and threw it directly at the door. There was no sound coming back. With such a keen perception, you actually gave up directly in the preliminaries. A hoarse voice sounded from the door. Hey, Lord Orochimaru, what can I do for you? He could tell who it was by the voice. Tomorrow turned around and saw Orochimaru leaning against the door of his house, holding his shuriken between 2 fingers. This is in the village, and people can come and go at any time. Although you have changed your face, you should at least disguise your voice. If other Jonin hear you, it will be troublesome. Mingxin kindly reminded him. Those trash can't keep me. Orochimaru combed his hair and walked in from the door, smiling meaningfully. I came here today because I have good news to tell you. What do you mean? Mingxin didn't think that he could really bring him any good news. Is Tsunade running around looking for information for your companions? Orochimaru asked him directly. Yes. Although Mingxin felt something was wrong, he still answered to let him know. Their current situation is very dangerous. Orochimaru said to Mingxin quietly, if you are not careful, you will be buried in the sea forever. Who wants to obstruct? Mingxin just thought for a moment and tried to ask Orochimaru. Orochimaru just smiled in return, but didn't say anything. It was obvious that he intended to let Mingxin guess alone and wait for him quietly. It must be Shimura Danzo. Mingxin didn't want to make any more guesses. He asked Orochimaru, where are they at this time? Chapter 90 The Dark Shadow Moving in the Dark. According to my subordinates, they have just arrived at the land of craftsmen. Orochimaru did not keep it a secret this time. Ming-Shan thought for a while, then looked at Orochimaru. You came here specially, not just to tell me this, right? Orochimaru turned around with a sly smile on his face, and when he reached the door, he glanced at Ming-Shan from the corner of his eye, leaving him a meaningful sentence. Who knows? Ming-Shan ignored Orochimaru's pretentiousness and stayed alone in the house, pondering in silence. Danzo. Afternoon. Hotaru and Kimimaro return home. Not long after entering the house, they saw Ming-Shan's note on the table in the hall. Kimimaro took it in his hand and read it aloud to the girl. I took a temporary commission and went on a long trip. Don't worry about me, Hotaru. Kimimaro. Really, what kind of commission could make him leave in such a hurry without saying goodbye? After hearing Kimimaro's reading, the girl grumbled in dissatisfaction. It's okay, girl. Wait until you come back tomorrow and you'll know after asking. Kimimaro gently rubbed her head and smiled to comfort her. At this time, he, as they were talking about, was walking out of the commission office, holding the goods in his hands. He was secretly thankful in his heart. I really want to take a nap, so I came here to use my pillow. It just so happens that there is such a logistics to be delivered to the land of hot springs. He left Konoha village directly and set out on the journey to the land of hot springs without stopping. He rushed forward, and this time he took nearly a day less than the last time, and arrived at the port terminal of the land of fire. Because he was worried that soon Ed would encounter some accidents in the land of artisans, he tried to speed up his pace and bought a ticket to the land of hot springs on the same day. As soon as he boarded the passenger ship, two ghostly figures appeared faintly in the dark behind him, which he could not see, and whispered about it. This ship is a cruise ship to the land of hot springs. Well, he will definitely transfer to the land of hot springs and go to the land of Takumi. Although Kwajin has secretly sent a commission to the people of that organization, we still can't be too careless. Then what should we do next? We will continue to follow Ito tomorrow, and by the way, we will also use the Hawk to pass the situation here to the people over there as soon as possible. Okay. After the two of them finished discussing, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. In a hidden and remote cave, there were 10 holographic colorful black shadows that flashed and gathered around the stone lantern. With the faint candlelight, a man with multiple purple circles in his eyes spoke to the other colorful black shadows and issued instructions. Now assign a new task, Itachi. You are responsible for taking over the task commission to the land of Takumi. Understood. Opposite him, a man with blood red 3 Magatama Sharingan in both eyes responded silently and took on the task. Hey, there are no other tasks? Another person standing next to the Sharingan complained. Kisame, among the people present here, only you and Itachi are familiar with that place. The man with purple eyes looked at him and said so, leaving no room for negotiation. Chief, the specific work details. Hearing this, the man with purple eyes explained the content of this task in full, and then he began to arrange the tasks for other people. At the same time, in the suburbs of Konoha, somewhere in the dense forest highlands, Lord Orochimaru, why did you go to find him in person? Kabuto asked, puzzled. Although the wouldn't fly left in the village will not affect the implementation of our plan, it will be better if we can lead him out. Orochimaru leaned against a towering tree. How is Maki? After reconnecting his broken arm, he sneaked back to the kingdom of wind alone. Estimating the time, it is expected to be close to the sand village now. Kabuto reported to Orochimaru. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Orochimaru looked at the direction of Konoha village with a gloomy look in his eyes. This country has really enjoyed peace for too long, so it has forgotten that other countries are busy expanding their armaments all the time. Haha, it's time to destroy all of this, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto agreed with his opinion. We should be able to seize it now. Yeah. Orochimaru retracted his gaze. Although I don't know if it's meaningful to take the old man's head. What should we do about Sasuke? Kabuto asked about another important matter. The curse seal was not successfully planted at that time. When the plan is implemented, Tomorrow, after 2 days of sailing on the sea, as soon as they arrived at the port terminal of the Kingdom of Soup in the morning, they would get off the ship and buy tickets to the Kingdom of Craftsmen, then go to the destination to deliver the goods, and after the other party signed for them, they would race against time and rush back to the dock. Oh, I really hope I can catch up with them. Mingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself while looking at the boat ticket in his hand. In the evening, he found a local hotel to rest and replenish his energy before continuing to take the boat the next day. Ready the dice. Boom. Come on. Place your bets. Place your bets quickly. Even. I bet on even. I bet on odd. A certain blind blonde beauty shouted, refusing to follow the crowd. 2-1. Even. The dealer opened the cup. A certain girl in black, who was kneeling behind her and holding a piglet, saw her lose money again and had no choice but to cover her face with her hands, wailing in her heart. Thank you for your patronage. After losing all their capital, the two finally left the casino in disgrace, with a group of thugs lining up to see them off. What on earth are you thinking? Halfway back to the hotel, the girl in black kept complaining to the blonde, I lost all the borrowed capital again. Well, it's just a small amount of money, why worry, just find another chance to win it back. The blonde said nonchalantly. We had almost collected all the information. The girl in black hugged the pig, looked up and sighed. How could it be such a coincidence that you ran into it? There will be a new casino here. HMM. The blonde did not respond to her words, but stopped and looked at the front not far away with a serious expression. Two people wearing black windbreakers with red clouds embroidered on them stood there motionless. They reached out and took off the bamboo hats with wind chimes tied on their heads. One of them said to the blonde, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Uchiha Itachi. Hearing the voice, the blonde immediately thought of this person and questioned the other side. What? The black-clad girl who was originally nagging behind her was startled when she heard this and quickly ran in front of her, blocking her guard. Shizune, don't be like this. He put his hand on her shoulder and walked forward. Tsunade-sama, long time no see. Itachi nodded to her. Hey, this is one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, Tsunade-hime. The partner standing next to Itachi, who had long dark blue hair and a face that looked like a shark, said, you are unexpectedly young. I didn't expect it to be you. Tsunade looked at Itachi and his current companion with a serious expression. Who are you? Shizune asked the person next to him. My name is Ashigaki Kisame, and I'm Itachi's partner. Kisame answered generously. Chapter 91 Uchiha Itachi. Go ahead. Tsunade gathered her hair and asked the two people standing there in the dim moonlight, what do you want from me? It's very simple. Just hand over the medical records you have collected. Itachi stated the purpose of this trip and said respectfully, we won't make things difficult for you. Leave as soon as you get them. Data? Shizune was puzzled and asked them, what do you want that for? This is the person who commissioned us to do something, and he asked so. Itachi told the truth. Itachi, how about this? Tell them all the commission requirements. Kisame interrupted and asked him. No problem. Itachi didn't care. Excuse me, this medical record is very important to these little ghosts. Tsunade flatly rejected their request. Oh, does this mean the negotiation has failed? Kisame said, and reached back to grab the bandage sword on his back. What should we do next? Itachi. No way. It seems that we can only snatch it from them. Itachi closed his eyes and said, after completing this mission, we still have other things to do. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Sharingan state. That's right. Kisame grinned with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Humph, you can try. Tsunade exerted force with both feet, rushed to the front of the two quickly, kicked down in the air, and stomped on the ground. Boom. Whoosh. The two jumped away in time. Tenjukyu. Itachi looked calmly at the shattered ruins and the big pit on the ground around him. Come on. In the dust, Tsunade threw away her light green windbreaker and shouted. This woman really starts fighting at the first sign of disagreement. Kisame, holding a broadsword, became more and more excited. Let me deal with her. Itachi. Don't go too far, your moves will be too conspicuous here. Itachi warned him, and then disappeared in a blink of an eye. Got it. Kisame said, and without hesitation, he swung his broadsword down to Tsunade. 2 days later, in the early morning of this day, Mingshan, who floated from the other side of the sea to the country of craftsmen, waited for the ship to approach the dock, and jumped off the side of the ship regardless of the heavy rain, and rushed to the town, to inquire about the news. Mingshan was equipped with a straw raincoat and a hat that he had bought from the street in the town, and walked through the muddy road, looking for an inn along the street. Bang, bang, ha. He turned his head, and saw someone being thrown out of the izakaya by a group of drunkards, who were still cursing there. Little bastard, what's wrong with me touching her? The leader, a 8-foot-tall black-faced muscular man, opened his hazy drunken eyes, holding a large wine bottle in his hand, and said to the little 4-eyed man lying on the ground in a bad tone, "In this area, no one dares to do this." Bang. Hey, what's going on? Boss, where are you? Asshole, why did you touch my butt? Damn it, who did it? The drunks were blocked from sight by the thick fog. After waiting for the smoke to clear, the boy was no longer there. Mingshan dragged him away in the rain, and when they reached a corner of an empty alley, they stopped and leaned against the wall to catch their breath. "Thank you, brother." The man was about to say a few words of thanks, and when he looked up at the other person, he suddenly felt that the monkey mask on his face was very familiar, so he took a closer look and exclaimed, "Hey, why is it you tomorrow? Hey, I just realized it was me." Mingshan took off the mask and rolled his eyes at him. "Fang Zhu, why are you still in the land of craftsmen? I thought you had left long ago." Alas, this is. Just when Fang Zhu was about to talk and confide his sadness, Mingshan interrupted him hurriedly. "Hey, let's make it short. You can tell me about this in detail another day. Why were you beaten by those drunks just now? Those people tried to molest one of my female colleagues in the store where I work, but I stopped them when I saw them." Fang Zhu said, rubbing his cheek that was hurt. "Oh, I really admire you." Mingshan smiled bitterly and gave him a thumbs up. "Let's not talk about me. What are you doing here, Mingshan?" Fang Zhu changed the subject and asked him. "I'm here to look for someone." Mingshan told Fang Zhu what he was going to do. "I see." Fang Zhu adjusted his broken glasses frame and suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Mingshan seriously, "Hey, I think I've seen those two people you mentioned." "Oh, where did you see them?" Mingshan asked him hurriedly. "Come with me." Fang Zhu took him to the other end of the town, pointed to a hotel and said, "It should be here. I'm staying opposite this hotel now." Fang Zhu pointed to the back and said to Mingshan, "When I went out 2 days ago and was about to go to work, I saw them coming out of the hotel and said they were going to try their luck in some newly opened casino. Fuck, this damn old woman." He cursed Tsunade in his heart. "Let's go in and ask." Mingshan had no choice but to suppress the evil fire in his heart for Kimimaro's illness and said to Fang Zhu, "Okay." The two walked into the hotel and came to the front desk to ask, "Excuse me, is there?" Mingshan began to describe the image of Tsunade and Shizune to the proprietress standing at the front desk. "There are two such people." The proprietress recalled, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Huh." Mingshan sighed, and then said to the proprietress, "Can you take us to their room?" "I'm afraid not." The proprietress shook her head and refused. "Why?" Mingshan was puzzled. To be honest, they were carried back to the store by two people wearing black windbreakers the day before yesterday, and the pig they carried with them was also handed over to me, and then disappeared without a trace. The proprietress said truthfully, and the two of them have not woken up until now. What? Hearing what the proprietress said, Mingshan felt bitter in his heart. Those materials were probably taken away by someone. Without thinking too much, he asked the proprietress, "Can you take us to their room to take a look?" "Sure." The proprietress left the front desk and led them upstairs. Arriving at a remote independent room on the 3rd floor, the landlady opened the door, and Mingshan and Fangsu walked in together. They were shocked to see two people sitting side by side, and their pet pig, that they always brought with them, sleeping quietly in the corner of the room. "I'll go down first, you guys can do whatever you want." After the landlady said to them, she left and went downstairs. "What's going on?" Fangsu walked up to the two of them, half knelt down to check, and found nothing wrong. Mingshan also half knelt down to check. He gently lifted Tsunede's eyelids to observe and deduced there are no obvious external injuries. It should be a Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu? Fangsu asked worriedly. It's not a solution for them to stay awake like this. What should we do, Mingshin? I'll try and see if I can remove it. Mingshin looked serious, thinking and analyzing. Generally, when you are under a Jinjutsu, the chakra in your brain is under the control of the opponent. So if you want to remove the Jinjutsu, there are only two ways. Which two ways? Fangsu asked. The first is to stop the flow of your own chakra for a period of time as much as possible, and then use more chakra than the opponent in an instant, when the opportunity arises, disrupting the enemy's flow control. In this way, the illusion can be lifted. Mingshin continued. The second is to disrupt the caster's chakra control through external force, and introduce your own chakra into the body of the person who is under the illusion to impact, thereby breaking the illusion. Well, the first method, I think it's impossible, Mingshin. Fang Zhu said as he looked at the two people who had not woken up. Indeed. Mingshin scratched his seaweed head and looked at Tsunade and Shizune. TSK. In fact, using the second method is just like being paralyzed by ghosts when sleeping. When you were a child, as long as you can wake them up, it will be fine. He placed his hands on the foreheads of the two people, concentrated and inhaled, and evenly released his own chakra and injected it into their bodies. Hey, why is this old woman crying? He saw tears falling from the corners of Tsunade's eyes, wondering what she encountered in the illusion. After a while, the eyelids of the two began to tremble, and Mingshin saw this and increased the input of chakra. Then, after a while, Shizune opened her eyes slightly and said subconsciously in a daze, I am. Before she could fully wake up and come back to her senses, she tilted her head and saw Tsunade who had not yet woken up and blurted out, Tsunade-sama. Then she remembered and was about to leave. Don't move, Shizune sister. Mingshin reminded her in time and pulled his hand away. You have been unconscious for 2 days. Why is it you, Mingshin? Hearing this, Shizune looked at the person in front of her in surprise. After he said this, she realized that her whole body was numb and asked him, why are you here? It's a long story. Someone told me that you are here. After he told Shizune the reason for coming here, Tsunade gradually opened her eyelids and woke up. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was the familiar seaweed head squatting beside her. After a moment, when she remembered who he was, she asked in surprise, hey, Kit, what are you doing here? Hey, you didn't even say thank you when you woke up. After all, I freed you from someone else's illusion. Mingshin complained to her unhappily. Illusion? Tsunade was shocked. Oh no. Thinking of what happened before, she was about to move, but Mingshin pressed her shoulders directly. Don't waste your energy. You have been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days? Tsunade was annoyed. Damn it. Okay, it's best if you're okay. Mingshin persuaded her. Asshole, don't let me run into you again next time. Tsunade closed her eyes and said angrily. Itachi made her recall the scene she least wanted to face in the illusion. Hey, Kit, why don't you take your hand away? When Tsunade opened her eyes again, she saw that he still had one hand on her forehead and said feebly. TSK, I know, you thought. Mingshin saw that she was fine and was about to pull his hand away while talking indifferently, but unexpectedly. Bang. Great, Mingshin. Fangsu slapped him on the back of his head without knowing how hard it was, and said joyfully, finally I saved them. Fangsu suddenly felt something was wrong. Why didn't the three of them talk? Seeing Shizune lying on the side, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Mingshin and Tsunade like a petrified person. What's going on? He also wondered and turned his eyes to look down and instantly became petrified like her. The most fearful thing is that the air suddenly became quiet. Mingshin raised his head with difficulty and moved his mouth away from the other's smooth lips. Tsunade was stunned with her eyes, and when he was about to leave her sight, she came back to her senses, and her face gradually became crazy, gloomy and twisted. Then, are you ready? Hey, I don't even feel at a disadvantage. Boom. Cap, are you serious? Hey, what are you doing in the room? Help, someone is killing me. Go to hell, bastard. As Fang Su and Shizune stared in amazement, Mingxin was beaten into a pig-like shape by Tsunade as expected. Even the landlady, whose room was half destroyed by them, wanted to hug him out of pity. Mingxin, come here, I'll use a straw to fill it for you. Fang Su carefully brought a bowl of miso soup to him, and even blew it gently to cool it down. It was so considerate. Thank you, thank you. Mingxin smiled gently, but he was cursing him madly in his heart. Tsunade-sama, what should we do now? Shizune said worriedly, not in the mood to eat lunch. We need to collect those again. Don't worry about that. Mingxin said to Shizune, I can roughly guess where they will send these materials. Really? Shizune was excited when she heard that and said happily, then there is no time to lose. After lunch, Tsunade-sama, Seeing that no one responded, she turned to look and found that Tsunade was a little bit wrong, thinking that it was not good. Fang Zhu, the source of evil, was very clever to pick up some side dishes and put them in the rice bowl when he realized that something was wrong, and then got up dejectedly and pretended to go out to eat. Shizune saw this and quickly followed suit, picking up the food, and then picked up the trembling piglet and walked away to avoid the limelight. For a moment, in the dilapidated room, there were only the two of them left. That's enough. Mingxian's eyebrows kept twitching, and his hands holding the bowl and chopsticks were shaking. I'll let you beat me into this state. It's time to calm down. Not enough. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said word by word, even if I skin you 3 times, it won't be enough to relieve my hatred. Hearing this, Mingxian looked out the window at the gloomy sky with a look of despair. The sky was clear and cloudless, and a large cruise ship was drifting on the vast ocean. 2 men wearing windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and hats with wind chimes on their heads stood side by side at the side of the ship, looking at the sea. Itachi, why did you send them back to the inn? One of them suddenly turned around and asked. No reason. The mission in the land of craftsmen has been completed. Itachi stared at the horizon and said, next, we should continue to investigate the whereabouts of the Fourtails. Okay. Seeing that Itachi didn't want to talk about it, Kisame didn't ask any more questions. Sorry, I have been suffering from a cold these days. I corrected some errors and loopholes in chapter 90 yesterday when I reviewed it again today. Chapter 92, Battle at Sea. Just as the two were about to discuss other mission details, the sound of wind came from afar. Itachi casually threw 6 shuriken from his sleeves towards the source of the wind. Ding, ding, ding. The 6 shuriken that attacked from the southwest fell down in the collision with Itachi's ninja tools. No way. Mingxian looked at the man below with a bit of disbelief. He didn't even look at him, but he was knocked down one by one. It was really a dog. Heh. Kisame looked up at Mingxian in midair. Are those wings behind him? His tone was flat. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of structural equipment should be from the chakra armor of the snow country. Itachi told Kisame his analysis. Indeed, I saw this kind of equipment when I went to the snow country for a mission last time. Kisame agreed. Young man, why did you attack us for no reason? Itachi looked up and asked. Please hand over the information you have on hand to me. Mingxian flapped his wings and tried to get as close to the cruise ship as possible and said to the two through the mask. It's you? Kisame, who was standing next to Itachi, suddenly said uncertainly. Seeing him wearing a monkey mask and a Kirigakure forehead protector hanging around his neck, he thought of someone. Hey, do you know me? Mingxian was very curious. He was sure that he had never met this man who looked like a shark during his missions. No, I don't know you. Kisame took out a big knife from his back, but what you did in the snow country is quite famous. Iruba in the Kirigakure village. Snow country? Mingxian was quite surprised. The name and rumor spread so quickly. He folded his wings and fell on the water not far from the cruise ship. He drew out the katana from his waist and the posture made it clear to them. Interesting. Kisame saw him take the initiative to land on the water and swish. He also jumped off the boat and ran to him. Is it to avoid affecting the cruise ship later that you deliberately landed on the water? Itachi thought to himself and followed Kisame off the boat. My purpose is very simple. Mingxian held the sword tightly in both hands and said to the two men, give me the medical records in your hands. Unfortunately, we can't give it to you. Itachi politely refused him, and his Sharingan opened immediately. Okay. Mingshan suddenly rushed straight towards the two men from the sea at a very fast speed. Ding. Kisame raised his sword to block Mingshan's frontal attack, but unexpectedly, he reacted very quickly, and without stopping, he pulled out another shuriken from his leg bag with his other hand and threw it towards Itachi. Ding. Itachi just blocked it easily with his kunai and suddenly felt in his heart. Wow. 4 identical Mingshans suddenly appeared around him. Ding. Ding. Itachi jumped up in an instant, flipped in the air, and casually threw out 4 shuriken from his sleeves. Bang, bang, ta-ta, hitting several clones at the same time, and they immediately faded into wooden blocks and fell into the sea. Would release. Itachi tapped one of the wooden clones with his foot, jumped back and stood firmly on the horizontal plane again, looking at the two fighting. Clang, clang. Mingshan's original body didn't have time to chat with him at the moment. Kisame's sword style was powerful and heavy. After blocking his frontal attack, he turned his hand and slashed horizontally. He quickly dodged it skillfully and was shocked. This big guy's strength is really fucking strong. Clang, crack. The two fought each other on the horizontal plane for more than 10 rounds, and bursts of water gushed out. Mingshan gradually became exhausted and could not withstand the other person's big sword attack. Then, just when Itachi was about to do something, wow, several more identical clones jumped out of the sea and attacked with swords. Dang, tack. Itachi dodged and moved on the water surface, calmly dealing with them one by one. Crack, crack, one by one, they faded into wood and sank into the sea again. Bang, crack. After Mingshan took a heavy blow from Kisame with his katana, he had no choice but to slide back on the water surface, creating a small distance between him and Mingshan. Mingshan's hand holding the katana was shaking. Oh, boy, your swordplay is good, but it's a pity that you still lack practical experience. Kisame changed his fighting posture and commented on him. If you can keep up your current swordplay. Whoosh. Clang. It's a pity, brother. Whether I'm practicing or doing other things, I always like to fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days, and I'm always procrastinating. Mingshan didn't let Kisame finish his words, and he quickly dodged and attacked, slashing at each other. Clang. TSK, what an rude boy. Kisame made another slashing move, and Mingshan turned over and dodged, running around the sea with the two of them as the center. His right eye caught Itachi standing beside him, and after they looked at each other, he continued to attack and slash. Clang, clang, Itachi was very surprised. He looked at the two people fighting fiercely in front of him. He wanted to use the illusion Sharingan to tie up Mingshan, but found that he was not affected by his illusion at all. What's going on? Did he use some secret method to get rid of the illusion? Itachi thought to himself, and ran over with his legs. A kunai appeared in his hand and attacked Mingshan. Ding. Mingshan tried his best to block Kisame's sword with one hand, and quickly pulled out a kunai from his leg bag with the other hand to block Itachi's attack. Ding, ding, ding. Itachi's attack was blocked by him, and he jumped back decisively and quickly, continuously throwing shurikens. Mingshan looked at the continuous shurikens from the corner of his eyes, and tried his best to block, and knock them down one by one. Ding. Suddenly, his heart jumped, and Mingshan shouted in a low voice. After pushing Kisame's sword away, he used a kunai to block Itachi's ghostly attack on his right side. The metal friction of the two ninja tools made a hissing sound. Kisame grinned at this time. The bandage on the big sword he had just pulled back fell off by itself, as if something had bitten it off from the inside, revealing its true face. The dark blue blade was covered with barbs. Swish. Kisame unexpectedly swung and slashed Mingshan across the waist. Snap. Mingshan's waist broke with a sound, but his whole body gradually faded into a wooden shape and fell into the water. TSK, this kid. Kisame had just put away the big sword in disappointment, and suddenly Mingshan emerged from the water behind him and slashed his waist with a knife. Clang. The sword was blocked by Itachi, who arrived later with a kunai. Why is your swordsmanship so similar to Konoha style swordsmanship? Itachi opened his Sharingan and questioned him. Well, it just so happened that I learned it secretly when I was watching others practice swordsmanship when I went to Konoha village for reconnaissance. Mingshan said casually, sighing in his heart. Why is he so powerful and wants to betray the village? The wind whistled. Click. Ta. Mingshan jumped up with both feet, flipped backwards, swung in the air to block Kisame's subsequent attack, fell into the water, and staggered back. You are so despicable, Sharkhead. Mingshan sighed and said contemptuously, fortunately, you are no longer in Kirigakure. TSK, aren't you just as despicable? Kisame was full of disdain. Kid, when did Kirigakure village graduate you, such a skilled genin? Hey, can you tell that I'm a genin? Mingshan asked him. Could you be a jonin? Kisame grinned. Chapter 93 Superfleet. Mingshan was stumped by his words, feeling that he was really stupid. Kisame. Itachi shook his head to signal him not to argue with him anymore. Just as he was about to make a seal, an unusual sound rang in his ears. Boom. Bang. The three of them were shocked and looked to the southeast. There was a fiery red shell, spinning and whistling past, heading straight for the cruise ship. Not good. Mingshan didn't care about continuing to fight with them, and hurriedly shouted to the two of them, cease the war first. After saying that, he disappeared without waiting for a reply. Swish. Whoosh. There was a loud bang, and the side of the cruise ship was hit by the speeding shell, and the screams of others were heard at the right time. Fuck. Mingshan had already tried his best to rush to the bottom of the cruise ship's side, and quickly made seals with both hands, shouting, would release, tree realm wall, crash. Breaking out of the water, it quickly grew up around the cruise ship, and several shield walls made of countless thick wooden vines tightly protected it. Boom. Boom. Itachi and Kisame raised their eyelids and looked up to track the source of the flight of these shells. Following the parabolic trajectory, they saw a huge steel battleship in the distance. On one side of the ship, other gun port windows were opened one after another, and thick and deep gun barrels were stretched out, aiming at the cruise ship. It's completely different from the big ships I usually see. Itachi looked at the battleship and pondered. I've never seen a ship of this shape. TSK, it looks like the next round of attacks is coming soon. Kisame looked at the gun barrels that were ready to fire, and said to Itachi, what should I do, Itachi? Itachi looked at the cruise ship, closed his eyes and thought deeply in silence. Boom. Click. As the gun barrels on the battleship fired in unison, a deafening sound of artillery fire was heard, and several high-speed rotating red shells roared towards the cruise ship. Bang. Crack. Crack. Shells hit Mingshan's wooden wall one after another, stirring up countless debris and scattering them. Although new vines soon grew from below to fill the gaps, there would still be one or two shells that were lucky enough to pass through the gaps and fall on the side of the cruise ship and into the sea. Rough water columns rose up like a heavy rain from the sky. What's going on? Who is attacking us? Who can save us? Mom, where are you? Countless ordinary people on the ship ran in panic and fled in all directions, gathering their cries into a noisy mess. These inhuman beasts. Mingshan was extremely angry with the commander of the battleship, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent, but now he could only grit his teeth helplessly and hold on. He knew that once he lifted the ninjutsu, the ship would inevitably capsize under this fierce bombardment. Kisame, let's put the mission aside for now. Itachi opened his eyes, made up his mind, and bent his legs slightly to gather strength. Let's help the people on this ship to survive this catastrophic destruction first. Hey, if the leader knew. Before Kisame finished speaking, Itachi had already rushed out. Itachi, this is really unlike you. Although Kisame muttered in his mouth, he still swung his arms and followed Itachi obediently and ran over. Boom. Crack. The wooden wall protection that Mingshan used was bearing more and more bombardment. He had a bad premonition in his heart and cursed. Damn it, don't tell me that you came with the whole fleet, firing together. A wooden clone was split out, and Mingshan sent it to stand on the wooden shield to investigate the situation on the scene. He was surprised to find that it was far worse than he imagined. There was more than one ship firing. Fuck. He clearly saw that there were several steel battleships of the same standard behind him, and they also opened the gun port windows one after another to fire. Boom. Crack. Bang. Under the continuous bombardment of shells, the shield was damaged more and more. Mingshan suddenly heard a noise. The sound of treading water came from far away. He glanced and saw Itachi and Kisame running towards him. Are you finally willing to help? Ming-Xian breathed a sigh of relief. When the two came closer, he said so. If they didn't come, he would really die today. Itachi calmly analyzed and compared the current battlefield situation and asked Ming-Xian, facing the current situation, do you have any good suggestions? Suggestions? Ming-Xian said with a headache, while enduring the bombardment and constantly repairing. These iron lumps that are smaller than the Bismarck battleship are not difficult to deal with. Bismarck battleship? Kisame pondered for a while, but still didn't understand. He asked Ming-Xian directly, which country built this big ship? Why have I never heard of it? These are all old stories. Ming-Xian perfunctorily answered him, and silently complained in his heart, I spoke too quickly. I can't tell you that this is a large battleship built by Germany during World War II in the previous life. He turned and said to them seriously, well, let's not worry about these useless details for now. Well, as long as you can help me create opportunities. He told the two of them the plan he had just come up with. Well, Kisame can help for a while in this regard, but even if you implement the plan you mentioned, the chance of success is only about 30%. Itachi said to the core, after listening to his tactics. Hey, 30%? Kisame didn't want to do it anymore, since the possibility of success is so slim. Why not? No, even if there is only a 10% chance, I will try it. Ming-Xian said to them decisively, escape is easy. If we leave it alone, the old, weak and innocent people on this ship will have no chance of survival. They are not ninjas, but ordinary people. How stupid. Kisame couldn't help but refute him. If all ninjas survive like you do, they will not survive more than 3 days when they go out on missions. I know it's stupid for me to do this, to risk my life for someone who has nothing to do with me. Ming-Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath and said firmly, but even if I can only live 1 more minute, I will do it. Is this your ninja way? Itachi heard him say this, and in a trance, he remembered a very distant past deep in his memory. Young man, ninjas exist in the world as tools on the battlefield. I understand all these principles. Ming-Xian took advantage of the break in the shelling to take out a soldier pill from his waist, poured one directly into his mouth and chewed it. But before becoming a ninja, no matter who you are, you were once an ordinary person with beating blood. He glanced at Itachi. I'm sorry, I'm an unqualified ninja, and I can't be indifferent to the weak. After hearing the young man's not so clever and moving speech, Itachi didn't feel much in his heart, but when he turned to look at the cruise ship. Chapter 94. An unprecedented naval battle breaks out. Only this time. He finally spoke. Thank you, Itachi. Ming-Xian smiled brightly, thanking him sincerely. Hey, Itachi. When Kisame heard him call him that, his face looked strange and very wrong. You know our names. Ming-Xian really wanted to slap himself and cursed. Look at my cheap mouth. Kisame, let's talk about this after the fight. Itachi said indifferently, just follow his plan and give it a try. Okay. Seeing that he said that, it's not good to question it anymore. First solve the trouble in front of us. He put the big knife behind his back and rushed straight towards the battleship. Water style, 1,000-foot sharks. Standing not far away from it, Kisame slapped the sea with his big hand. Wow. Countless sharks were summoned by him, all of which accepted the command to attack, rushing towards the steel battleships that were firing, and fiercely hitting the thruster fans at the bottom of the ship, causing the warships to shake violently, and unable to continue firing. Good opportunity. Ming-Xian stopped the wood release and took the opportunity to spread his wings behind him, flew high into the sky, and rushed towards the steel fleet. It's time for me to go too. Itachi tore off his red cloud windbreaker and quickly ran towards Kisame. What's going on? A well-dressed man with orange hair and blue eyes walked from the inside of the battleship to the front of the deck with his hands behind his back. He looked at the cruise ship that was still safe and sound after multiple rounds of bombardment and became furious. He shouted, "What do you do? After several rounds of bombardment, you couldn't even sink a mere ordinary cruise ship. I'm extremely sorry, Lord Hyde." A woman in turquoise knight armor half knelt on one knee in front of him and reported, "In front of the fleet, there are a few people in strange costumes, making trouble to stop our battleships from bombarding." Hyde looked down at his subordinates kneeling in front of him through the single-rimmed glasses, clamped between his left brow and lower eye socket, and waved his hand impatiently. Timsy went out for ambush and reconnaissance. Hasn't there been any news sent back, Camilla? No. Camilla shook her head and answered. HMPH. I've been drifting on the sea for nearly a month. I'm already annoyed enough. I want to bombard this small boat, to kill time and relax. Hyde took off his glasses and wiped them, saying dissatisfiedly, TSK, I didn't expect that even such a small boat would go against me. Sensing that Lord Hyde was deeply dissatisfied with her efficiency, Camilla hurriedly said, I'll give the order to let the rest of the fleet on standby in the rear to aim at the cruise ship and bombard it to relieve your worries and entertainment. Bang! The flagship suddenly shook violently. Hyde lost his balance and held onto the railing beside him, asking harshly, what did the bottom of the ship hit? I'll call right away. Camilla steadied herself and quickly contacted via radio. Rank, what's going on with the bottom of the ship? The propeller fan on the bottom of the ship. Yes, there are a lot of sharks diving in. Rank reported anxiously, I have now sent more people to dive out to clean up, but there are too many sharks. What? How is this possible? Camilla was surprised. The last time we came to this waters, we used sonar to detect underwater, and we didn't find a single shark. Why would I lie to you, Camilla? Rank said to her anxiously on the radio. If this goes on, our flagship will soon be stationary in this sea area, because it can't drive the propeller on the bottom of the ship. You should let Lord Hyde think of a solution. After hearing the wireless contact was cut off, Camilla did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly reported the situation to Hyde. TSK. Hyde looked around and found that the same situation had occurred in several other warships. Damn it. Hyde suddenly looked up slightly and saw in the sky above the warships. Whoosh, whoosh. With flapping wings, Mingshan flew over the fleet and saw that behind the battleships, there were many warships that were one size smaller than them. He counted them silently. This is the specification of a cruiser, and that is the standard of a destroyer. Mingshan was more and more shocked. Damn, so many? Excluding the 3 large battleships, there are nearly 19 warships. If it were in the previous life, it would be a country's regular naval establishment. Mingshan would be lying if he was not scared. There was a faint sound coming, and he glanced down with his right eye and was shocked. Not good. Whoosh, whoosh. Mingshan urgently drove his wings and climbed to avoid the series of small particle shells that crossed and attacked. Fuck. Mingshan was in a state of panic. He tried to dodge these continuous attacks carefully and swiftly, but he could only hold on until the end. The more he dodged, the more he dodged. Now, he simply drove his wings to the highest altitude possible. In a place where the shells could not reach, he even began to have difficulty breathing. Ahem. I didn't expect the anti-aircraft firepower to be so strong. This is not a solution. Mingshan gritted his teeth and circled in the sky for several circles. Suddenly, he dived down and dived. What's going on? Kisame was stunned as he watched the warships aiming at Mingshan flying in the sky and attacking crazily. Kisame. Itachi, who came from behind, reminded him, don't look at it, let's go. Oh, okay. Kisame came back to his senses. He also took off his red cloud windbreaker, dived into the sea, and swam towards the battleship with Itachi. Boom. Wow. Seeing the two approaching, countless small shells bombarded the sea surface, and the splashing water columns fell around like heavy rain, but it didn't touch Itachi at all. He stepped on the back of a shark with his feet and dodged calmly, speeding up his run. Kisame was hiding in the water, with sharks escorting him on both sides. At this time, the warships had no intention of bombarding the cruise ship. Because of the unexpected appearance and disruption of Itachi, Kisame and Mingshan, they attracted the firepower of all fleets. From top to bottom, Mingshan rushed lower and lower, gradually approaching the sky above a battleship, and even the location of its artillery fire could be seen clearly. Would release. Violent spear tree. At the moment of approaching, Mingshan suddenly formed a seal, and vines thicker than usual quickly grew from his body, entwining and blocking the roaring gun barrels. Before they were completely blocked, they quickly climbed up. Bang. Boom. The shells that failed to be fired exploded directly in the barrel blocked by vines, and the pipe fell into the sea, splashing up a large column of water. Whoosh. After swimming underwater to the bottom of the battleship, Kisame grinned strangely, took off the big knife on his back, held it with both hands, and exerted force. Sizzle. With the extremely sharp spikes on the big knife, he easily cut open the entire steel plate on the bottom of the ship, and splash. The seawater rushed into the cabin frantically in an instant. Camilla noticed from the corner of her eye that there seemed to be something strange on the right side of her flagship. She simply walked closer to the railing and looked over there carefully. Just by looking at it, she couldn't help but blurt out in shock, "What?" She was shocked to find that the entire battleship was actually slowly sinking. Chapter 95. Air and Sea Battle Under Battleship Bombardment. Someone is sabotaging the water. Hyde's face was solemn, and he was less anxious. He immediately gave Camilla an order. Send more people to lurk in the water. Kill anyone caught. Yes, Lord Hyde. Camilla turned on the wireless, changed the channel, and contacted other people. Fengwei, issue orders to each warship, and send people to dive into the sea to remove these things that are in the way. Understood. Fengwei received the order in the command room and immediately began to issue it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding steel blades walked out of each warship. Following the orders of their superiors, they lined up in an orderly manner and jumped off the deck, desperately rushing towards the sharks in the water. A few soldiers were unlucky. As soon as they jumped, they were unlucky enough to fall into the sharks in the water and were bitten into two pieces without even screaming. However, more soldiers swam freely in the water in groups of 3 or 5 and fought bloody and cruelly against the sharks in the sea at a very fast speed. While the sharks and armored soldiers were fighting in the sea, the fleet was high in the sky. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Just after a piece was broken, Mingshan unfolded a wooden shield in his palm, barely resisting the anti-aircraft gunfire on the battleship, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Why am I so unlucky? There really is an idiot who likes to use anti-aircraft guns to shoot flies." Crack. Throwing away the broken shield, Mingshan flapped his wings and quickly dodged to the other side. He began to make hand seals and shouted, "Would release, multiple would clone technique." Instantly, dozens of clones were created in the air, flying low in all directions to confuse and attract the strong firepower of other battleships. Crack. Clang. From time to time, the sound of Mingshan's wooden clones being shot down could be heard above the battleship. He dodged breathlessly while chewing on the ration pills, swinging up and down desperately and flying in a circle. Prepare to evacuate. Tell rank to come up quickly and don't worry about the underwater thrusters. After transmitting this order, Hyde told Camilla, "Ready to abandon the flagship transfer." Yes. Camilla turned the wireless channel as he was told. "Rank, Lord Hyde ordered you to come up to the deck from the bottom of the ship now. Hurry up." But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the wireless, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. "Rank, answer quickly. Rank, you don't have to wait for her." A sentence suddenly popped up in her ears, startling Camilla and quickly jumped to Hyde's side. After turning around, she saw Kisame, who was covered in blood, and Itachi standing beside him. "Hey, are you looking for her?" Kisame smiled playfully and threw a human head at their feet. Rank. Camilla looked at the head at her feet and was shocked. The last expression on Rank's face was full of disbelief. "I don't seem to know you," Hyde said to them with an extremely ugly face. "What do you mean by killing my subordinates for no reason? The unarmed old man and child on the cruise ship have no grudges against you. Why do you want to bombard them?" Kisame imitated Itachi's usual behavior and became quite venomous. He put a knife on his shoulder and asked Hyde in return, "Look at your attire. You don't look like one of us." Itachi and Hyde looked at each other and asked, "We travel around the world to create an ideal country." Hyde talked about their great ideas to Itachi and Kisame, but he was only halfway through. "Unfortunately, we are not interested in your theory." Kisame didn't wait for him to finish, and he quickly chopped over with his big knife. Whoosh, whoosh. Kisame slashed into the air, but was easily dodged by Hyde and Camilla. "Then there's nothing we can do." Seeing that he couldn't communicate with them, Hyde turned to look at Camilla. "Understood, Master Hyde." Camilla nodded, and black waves shot out from her body, covering Itachi and the other two. "TSK, an illusion?" Kisame slowly put away his sword and jumped back to Itachi's side. "Can it be broken?" She just made the surrounding environment darker. Itachi stood there, motionless. Just as Kisame was feeling strange, he spoke. There seems to be some kind of energy barrier between them, and my illusion can't penetrate it. After a few breaths of time, the darkness surrounding the two suddenly disappeared, and only the sound of wings flapping was heard. Kisame looked up and saw, what is that? The woman from before had a strange change all over her body. Her hands and feet were transformed into a human-shaped bat at a speed visible to the naked eye. She looked extremely ugly, with a lacquered face and fangs. She opened her mouth and sprayed a large amount of pink smoke at them, blocking their sight. I hope we will have a chance to meet next time. Two pairs of wings of unknown matter appeared behind Hyde, and he and Camilla hovered in the air side by side, saying goodbye to the two people below. Bang. Boom. Danger. Itachi reacted very quickly to warn Kisame. The two quickly jumped back, turned over and jumped out of the railing, fell on the horizontal plane, and evacuated to the rear. A violent explosion followed closely, exploding everywhere on the deck. TSK, there are still many people on this ship, and they didn't hesitate to just give up the explosion. Kisame looked at the burning battleship and mocked, haha, bullshit utopia. That's just an excuse to cover up his ambitions. Itachi stood on the water and looked up at the two people who left in the air, and suddenly, wow. Under the water, a large number of armored soldiers suddenly rushed out and surrounded the two of them. TSK, it's so troublesome. Kisame leaned against Itachi, held his sword in front of him, and asked him, Itachi, which side do you choose? It's alright. Itachi held the kunai in both hands. Then, before Kisame could make any move, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Wood release, insertion technique. Swish. Rows of long wooden spikes fell from the sky, and the armored soldiers' protection was like paper. The wooden spikes pierced into their bodies, branched and grew through their bodies, killing them. This kid. Kisame looked up and saw Mingshin swooping in front of the two men to avoid the anti-aircraft shooting of the battleship, urging him, Sharkhead, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and destroy the battleship. As soon as the voice fell, the man had already glided close to the water surface and climbed into the sky. TSK. Kisame was very unhappy. I didn't expect that this uncle. Kisame, hurry up, I will hold back this wave of soldiers. Seeing that a large number of armored soldiers appeared in front of the two men again, pretending to surround them again, Itachi summoned dozens of crows, projected his chakra onto the crows, and transformed them into clones. Okay. Seeing more and more armored soldiers in front of him treading water and running quickly, Kisame stopped talking nonsense, dived into the sea, and summoned sharks to continue destroying the battleship. Lord Hyde. On another battleship behind, a woman wearing dark blue knight armor half knelt on one knee on the deck to welcome the arrival of Hyde and Camilla. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Ending. Fengwei, how is the loss of the warships? Hyde asked as soon as he stood firm on the deck. We lost a total of 6 ships, 9 of which were severely damaged and urgently need repair. Fengwei raised his head, gathered his long chestnut hair, and reported truthfully, due to the damage caused by sharks in the sea, there are only 5 warships that can still be operated and sailed. TSK. After hearing this report, Hyde looked at Mingshin and his many wooden clones circling in the sky with disgust, and couldn't help muttering, what annoying flies. Camilla, Fengwei, pass on my order, and send instructions to the other 4 warships that can still be operated. Hyde turned and walked towards the central command room of the ship. After adjusting the speed to 27 knots, we will evacuate this sea area. Lord Hyde, what should we do with our severely damaged warships? Camilla asked him, while communicating with him by wireless. Oh, to achieve that great goal, Hyde said nonchalantly, relative sacrifice is also justified. After leaving these words to his 2 men, he walked straight into the command room. What should we do, Camilla? Fengwei frowned and looked around with his bright red pupils, asking her about the current battlefield situation. What else can we do? Just follow the orders of Lord Hyde and retreat directly. Camilla turned around and threw her cloak. Since we have decided to give up, we might as well give them an order to hold on. It's not a pity for those people to die. We can catch another batch to replenish the troops when the time comes. Anyway, Timothy is still outside scouting. Okay. Hearing this, Feng Wei also nodded in agreement and began to execute Hyde's orders. Just after throwing out a few thick vines in his hand to block the muzzles of those cannons, Mingshan immediately climbed to a higher altitude and flew to avoid the subsequent anti-aircraft fire. Boom. In the tragic noise, another battleship was scrapped by him. Mingshan relaxed and looked down. He found that there were only a few Itachis with the same appearance on the water surface. They were still active alone, attacking the armored soldiers separately. The battle was in full swing. The shark's head is not healed yet. He curled his lips and continued to work in the air. Hiss. Under the water, Kisame worked hard to cut a big hole in the bottom of another warship, and seawater rushed in frantically. TSK, which one is this? He didn't count carefully. He only knew that in a few minutes, this warship would sink into the sea like the previous ones to feed the fish. Ding. Ding. While avoiding the left and right attacks of the armored soldiers, Itachi jumped into the air and threw 4 kunai, accurately hitting the throats of the enemies who were attacking head-on, causing them to fall into the sea and be with the sharks before they could get close. Brother Itachi, catch it. After he cleaned up another batch of armored soldiers, Mingshan swooped down from above, chopped down a few with a knife, shouted loudly, and threw a small bottle at them when the time was right. Hearing this, Itachi instantly flashed behind an armored soldier, stepped on his foot, jumped into the air, and took the bottle. He fell back on the horizontal surface, and his feet quickly slid backwards. Is it a Binglian pill? Itachi opened the bottle cap, poured out 2 pills from it, and swallowed them directly. Wow. Just as he swallowed it, the water surface was broken, and a new armored soldier came out from it, slashing at him with a knife. Seeing this, Itachi hid the bottle in his arms, opened his Sharingan, and continued to fight. Boom. Bang. As the 3 people took turns to attack, the artillery fire of each ship gradually decreased, until finally, all these steel warships capsized in this sea area. The ordinary people on the cruise ship, watching the sea return to calmness at sunset, felt as if they were in another world. Is it over? At the bow of the cruise ship, a young man boldly asked his companions. Big, probably. He was not sure about the situation. Through the broken wooden shield in front of the cruise ship, he could only vaguely see 3 figures standing on the water. Mingshan was so tired that he was out of breath. He bent over with his hands on his knees. Fuck, I'm really crazy. You are really crazy. We can actually. After this fierce battle, even Kisame was a little overwhelmed. If the warships behind had not evacuated early, it is estimated that they would still be fighting until now. Young man, I give it back to you. After this hard battle, Itachi still threw the bottle in his arms back to him calmly as before. Mingshan reached out to take it and took the initiative to say, thank you. Kisame wiped his sword. Hey, Kit, we are enemies. What are you thanking me for? No matter what our positions are. Mingshan straightened up with some trembling, bowed solemnly to the 2 of them, but I still want to thank you for your help today, which made those people safe and sound. TSK, one thing is one thing. Kisame swung the sword and pointed it at him. The things you want are still in our hands. Yeah. Mingshan nodded, knowing that although he was so tired that he could hardly lift his hands, there were some things he had to do, and he drew the sword from his waist again. Kisame, wait a minute. Itachi spoke at this time. Well, what's wrong, Itachi? Kisame looked at him, puzzled. Young man, answer me a question. Itachi asked him. Ask it. Mingshan put the sword away. Why do you want this information? In principle, this should not be asked, but he still said it. To save my brother. Mingshan took off his mask and looked Itachi in the face. He really needs this medical record. You are so tired. You will do it even if you fail. Yes, unless I die, I will not give up saving him. After hearing this, Itachi closed his Sharingan in silence. When he opened it again, his eyes had returned to their usual black pupils. He looked at Kisame and said, give him back the information we took. Itachi, you. Kisame was a little confused when he heard what he said. Don't worry, I have copied all the information with my Sharingan. Itachi said to Kisame calmly. Whatever you like. Kisame smiled helplessly and shook his head, then summoned a shark, took out a scroll from its mouth, and threw it to Mingshin. Take it, kid. Mingshin carefully caught it in disbelief, and after a while, he blurted out to Itachi, thank you. What's your name? Don't tell me again. Your name is Aruba, from the Hidden Mist Village. Itachi smiled gently, which was rare. From the beginning, you suddenly attacked us, then asked for the return of the information, and then called brother Itachi. I guessed about 70% in my heart that you and Tsunade are related. You. Mingshin only said this word and gave him a thumbs up. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. So, even if they didn't send you, you have a great connection with Konoha. You're right, brother Itachi. I'm a new genin in Konoha village, named Ito Mingshin. Mingshin smiled bitterly and told that to the truth. Ito? Kisame was surprised. The Ito clan of the Hidden Mist Village? Well, when I was very young, my brother and I. He briefly told them about his childhood. I see. After listening to his narration, Kisame seemed to understand. That's good. Let's escape from that damn place. Chapter 97 Return. Brother Itachi. After finishing his story, Mingshin hesitated, but still spoke to him. Sasuke's living a good life now. You. Itachi looked at Mingshin in surprise. Why are you telling me about him? Although I have heard some things about Uchiha from Tsunade, as far as I'm concerned. Mingshin sorted out his thoughts. After today's bloody battle, I believe you must have had some unspeakable secrets back then. Itachi was very surprised and did not refute him, but he did not know what to say to the boy. Itachi, Kisame said in his heart, looked at him meaningfully, and did not speak. The few of them suddenly stood under the setting sun on the water, without saying a word. This matter has nothing to do with you, Mingshin. After a long time, Itachi spoke. Although he spoke to him like this, there was no anger or blame in his tone. Sorry, I said some unnecessary words. Mingshin nodded to apologize to him. No. Itachi shook his head. Thank you for telling me about him. Boy, although we haven't known each other for a long time, you are very compatible with my temper. Kisame said deliberately, if you don't want to stay in Konoha one day, you can come to Akatsuki. You are welcome to join. Akatsuki? Mingshin declined Kisame. Thank you, I don't need you for the time being. It's almost time. Itachi looked up at the sky. Well, let's say goodbye here, Itachi brother, shark. Kisame brother. Mingshin stopped talking in time and changed his words. Kisame didn't mind how this kid called him. Let's go, Itachi said to Kisame and left a last word to Mingshin. See you again, if we are destined to. After that, the two disappeared in the vast ocean and did not return to the cruise ship. After they left, they stood on the water for a long time. Hey, what did I do this time? Mingshin looked at the information in his hand. It was so unreal, like a dream. Snap. The right side of his cheek was swollen, and Mingshin grimaced in pain. It seems that what happened today was not a dream. After biting a pill of Bingling, Mingshin spread the wings behind him, jumped from the water, flew in the air, and returned the same way. Itachi, why did you return the information to him? Kisame and Itachi asked, while running on another surface of the water. Nothing, I just felt sympathy for him after hearing his answer. Itachi casually found a decent excuse and said to Kisame. Heh, I didn't expect that this kid would make you make unusual changes. Kisame sighed, and then when Itachi didn't answer, he stopped asking other questions. The two of them continued to travel silently, but Sasuke. Mingshin finally returned to the port pier of the Land of Craftsmen after a very long flight. Mingshin, you're back. Fangsu and Shizune, who were standing at the pier, greeted Mingshin who was still in the air loudly, attracting the curiosity of passers-by around, and stopping to watch. Oh, it's Fangsu and the others. Mingshin saw the people coming and immediately grinned, swooped down, flew straight in front of Fangsu, turned over, and folded his wings lightly, landing safely. When he landed, Fangsu walked over to Mingshin and carefully checked the wear and tear of his wings behind him. Hey, why are they so badly damaged? Hey, it's hard to explain. Mingshin took off his equipment and handed it to Fangsu for care and asked Jingayan, where's Tsunade? This. Jingayan was about to say something but stopped. You don't have to say it, Sister Jingayan. Seeing her like this, Mingshan didn't know what Tsunade was doing and sighed helplessly. I know where she will be. He asked Fangsu and the others to go back to the hotel first, and he went straight to find someone. Get the dice ready. Dang. Come on. Place your bets. Place your bets quickly. Odd. I'm betting on odd. I'm betting on even. A blind blonde beauty shouted, refusing to follow the crowd, and suddenly behind her. Boss, I'm betting on odd. Dang. A bag of heavy chips was thrown in front of the dealer. The blonde beauty heard the sound, turned her head to take a look, and found that it was someone, and curled her lips in disdain. Humph. The dealer who was busy over there didn't care about their trivial matters, and directly shook the dice. Boom. The cup was opened, and the dealer shouted, 1, 3, 5, single. A seaweed-haired boy was very rude to share the fruits of victory with a group of gamblers. TSK, I just had shit luck. The blonde beauty muttered, watching her few remaining chips being taken away with heartache. After the boy collected the chips, he turned to her and said, it's enough to play, go back. No. The blonde beauty decisively rejected him. TSK, are you a child, so willful? Oh, I'm really drunk. The seaweed-haired boy had no choice but to smile and persuade him carefully. His attitude was just like her own grandson. She almost wore out her lips. Then she reluctantly got up and left the casino with him. The two returned to the hotel and went upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, they heard Fang Zhu's voice. You are back, Mingshan, at Tsunade-sama. Yeah. Mingshan nodded as a response and yawned. Where is the information? Tsunade picked up Tunten and asked him. I got it back. Mingshan said, took out the scroll from his arms, and handed it to her. Tsunade unfolded the scroll, and took a look. Yes, it's those information. After putting it away, she asked him curiously, but how did you get it back? Hey, I was lucky, I got it back by chance. Mingshan smiled and fooled Tsunade. He didn't intend to tell the truth. TSK, forget it if you don't want to say it. Tsunade didn't point it out to him. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. Mingshan and Tsunade were at the dock early, preparing to leave by boat, but Fangsu didn't want to go with them, but chose to stay. Fangsu, are you going to stay in the land of craftsmen? Mingshan asked him, while standing by the boat. Well, I plan to leave the dock town, and go to the craftsman village to learn more knowledge. Fangsu pushed the frame of his glasses and said seriously, the craftsman village was founded by the famous ninja craftsman King Ming. It is famous for its expertise in making and using ninja tools. Almost all the fine ninja tools of our ninjas are supplied by them. As he said that, he handed Mingshan the repaired chakra armor. How long do you plan to stay there? Mingshan reached out to take the equipment and asked him. I don't know. Just learn as much theoretical knowledge as you can. Fangsu couldn't say to him with certainty before he went. Okay. Mingshan collected the equipment given by Fangsu, took out a large bag from his arms, and put it in his palm. What is this? Fangsu looked at the thing in his hand, puzzled. This is the money I won when I went to the casino to see Tsunade yesterday. Mingshan looked at him and said, I still have a lot of money. I leave it to you. It will be used as travel expenses in the future. Mingshan. Fangsu opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but saw Mingshan put on an expression that would not allow him to refuse. His eyes were a little moist, and he whispered, thank you. Chapter 98 Accident. We are friends. He only said this to him because best friends don't need to say too much. A look, a smile is the best communication. TSK. Tsunade was lying on the railing, and she couldn't help curling her lips when she saw them. Shizune beside her smiled bitterly, thinking, Tsunade-sama, are you still angry with Mingshan? After saying goodbye to Fangsu, Mingshan and his group took 2 days to return to the harbor of the Land of Fire. As soon as the ship docked at the dock, they set off for Konoha village before it got dark. A day passed, and in the evening of this day, Mingshan and his group could clearly see the iconic gate of Konoha village from a distance. Finally, I'm back. Mingshan let out a long breath. Hearing this, Tsunade, who had disguised herself and changed her original appearance, looked at him with contempt and complained, you look so tired. Is it that serious? Hey, woman, will you be unhappy if you don't argue with me for a day? Mingshan couldn't help but twitched his mouth and asked her. Of course I will. Tsunade said, nonsense, seriously. If I don't scold you for a day, I feel very uncomfortable, as if I lost money again. Fuck, you talk as if you really won. Mingshin didn't say anything, but cursed in his heart. I almost believed it. Ahem. Shizune hugged the pig, and the two of them started to quarrel with each other in an extremely awkward manner. In a blink of an eye, they were almost at the door. Tsunade suddenly asked Shizune to stop together and not go. What's wrong? Mingshin looked at her in confusion. Well, Shizune and I will stay in the village in today and discuss the specific treatment for Kimimaro. We will go to your house tomorrow. Tsunade said with a yawn. Hey, you don't want to sneak out to gamble at night again, do you? Mingshin had a full understanding of Tsunade after spending some time together and looked at her with a squint. Well, how is it possible? You think too much. Hearing his doubt, Tsunade concealed it a little unnaturally, but in her heart, she secretly said, HMPH, Kit, what do I do at night? Is it your business? Okay. Mingshin really couldn't do anything to her, and he had to agree, even if he didn't agree. What time will you come tomorrow? Morning. Tsunade pondered for a long time, before saying to Mingshin, around 9 o'clock. Then she called Shizune, parted ways with him, and left for the village first. TSK, this damn old woman. Mingshin looked at her back as she went away, muttered silently in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing her like a tiger, and was afraid of being scolded. After a long time, Mingshin waited until he could no longer see the two of them, and then he also walked towards the gate of Konoha in the distance. Hey. As soon as Mingshin approached, he was surprised to see two familiar faces at the door. Yap, Hinata, why are you here? He took the initiative to greet them. Huh. Hearing someone calling them, the two turned around together. Hey, Mingshin? It was Kiba who asked this question. Today, he did not wear the fluffy sweater as usual, nor did he wear a forehead protector. Instead, he changed into clean casual clothes. Woof. Akamaru hiding Kiba's sweater, only showing his little head at the collar, and barked at Mingshin as a greeting. Mingshin, did you just come back from outside? Hinata was still as reserved as before. Well, I took a delivery mission, and went to the land of hot springs alone. Mingshin nodded and didn't say much. I just came back now. Why are you here? We went for a walk in the suburbs. Hinata explained in a low voice. Hey, you came back just in time, just in time. Kiba walked towards Mingshin and said to him with a smile. In time. Mingshin was stunned. The official exam will be tomorrow. Huh. Mingshin was dumbfounded and thought for a while. No, it should be a few days before the official exam. Because the Daimyos and ninja leaders of various countries invited this time have all arrived in Konoha village in advance, the Hokage sent people to announce the change of the exam time a few days ago for many other considerations. Ya scratched his head and explained the situation to Mingshin in detail. The exam venue has just been arranged today, and we are going to go and take a look now. Mingshin, do you want to go together? Hinata asked him. Well, sure. It's still early. I just came back and have nothing to do, and I'm not in a hurry to report to the commission. Mingshin agreed and walked with them. The three of them walked on the road, each talking about various things that had happened recently. In a remote abandoned fortress in the land of fire. How is the arrangement of that plan going? A man with half of his face wrapped in bandages asked someone standing far away beside him. I'm almost ready. The man replied, not forgetting to stick out his exaggeratedly long tongue, licking his lips, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. TSK, don't stick out that disgusting tongue in front of me, or Orochimaru. Seeing him showing this ugly appearance, the man said dissatisfiedly, asking him to restrain himself. Oh, sorry, Danzo. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and put away his tongue. But, speaking of which, there are two very outstanding talents among the students graduating from the ninja school this year. They made me suffer a lot in the death forest, and I didn't even plant the curse seal on Sasuke. Students, you mean Kaguya, Kimimaro and Itotomoro? Danzo looked at him and said, indeed, I'm also very surprised that two mere genin can surpass the level of Chunin. If I didn't already have Sasuke, I would also like that Itotomoro. Orochimaru said this, his eyes did not hide his greed, and that was not inferior to the first generation's word escape ability. If those would release tomorrow will be more perfect than Yamato's half-finished product, but if you really choose him, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it, and it will be too late to regret it. Danzo poured a basin of cold water on him. Some time ago, I wanted to secretly control him through the Sharingan, but I didn't expect to fail. Failed. Orochimaru was stunned. Does this kid have other special abilities? According to my guess, he should have some special abilities that can make him directly immune to mental manipulation and attacks. If you want to take over his body, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Danzo said expressionlessly. TSK, what a pity. Hey, the venue for the Chunin tests? Mingxin looked at the traditional Chinese characters on the plaque on the gate and read aloud word by word. It's troublesome to write titles or plaques in Japanese style. It would be great if the Chinese way of writing was concise and beautiful. China? Kiba looked at Mingxin with a question mark on his face. Which ninja village is it from? Mingxin was speechless. He shifted his gaze to Kiba, and seeing that even Hinata was looking at him curiously, he quickly said perfunctorily, well, I used to work in a bookstore. After listening to his nonsense, although the two were skeptical, they did not delve into it. Chapter 99 Dating Success. After stopping to discuss for a while, Mingxian said goodbye to Yao and the others on the pretext that he had to go to the commission office to report. I didn't expect that I had to go back and forth from the village to take a mission, and the official exam was about to start. Time passed so quickly. Mingxian shook his head and sighed. After a while, he came to the commission office alone. After reporting the situation, he turned around and left. He was planning to leave immediately, but he didn't expect that he saw her as soon as he raised his head in the passage. He couldn't help but ask, Han Dao? She was originally thinking about something while walking, but when she heard the voice, she withdrew her mind and shifted her sight. Mingxian? Hong Dao was stunned at first, and then asked him, why are you here? I just completed the mission and came back to report. Mingxian scratched his face. What about you? Me too. Hong Dao answered subconsciously. After she said this, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became cold. For a while, they awkwardly turned their heads away from each other and looked elsewhere, not looking at each other. Many ninjas passing by them glanced at them with a little surprise, wondering what they were doing standing in the passage. You. The two spoke at the same time, looked at each other in astonishment, chuckled, felt funny, and then closed their mouths at the same time. After a long time, Mingxian finally couldn't help it, and spoke to her first. In the evening, do you have time? In the evening. Hong Dao fell into deep thought, bit his teeth for a long time, and said, well, sure. Then when it's evening, we will go out for dinner together. Mingxian spoke a little nervously, and the embarrassment made Hong Dao laugh, and she agreed to him in her heart. Okay. Mingxian saw that she agreed, and the corners of his mouth raised, stretching out a smile. Then at 6 o'clock in the evening, at the swing in the park. See you there. Yeah. Han Dao just nodded, didn't say anything else, and passed by him and left first. Hey, am I dreaming? Mingxian looked at her back and smiled foolishly, and after she completely disappeared, he said to himself, I'm not dreaming. She really agreed. It's so unreal. Who can come and slap me? Snap. A heavy slap came over. Fuck. Mingxian woke up at this time, covering his swollen face, turned around and cursed, you fucking. After seeing who it was, he was immediately speechless. What's wrong with my mother? The little beautiful girl with beautiful brown hair smiled and stared at him gently. Her long eyelashes matched her big eyes, which was so touching. There was also a graceful white-haired boy standing next to her, but his facial muscles trembled, obviously trying to hold back a smile. Why are you here? Mingxian squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, wailing in his heart. It's over. Mingxian, thank you for your hard work. Kimimaro was carrying the ingredients for cooking in the evening, and the three of them were walking on the way back. It's not hard. Mingxian was also carrying the ingredients in his hand, and pushed him. Why should I be hard? TSK. Hotaru, who was walking side by side with Kimimaro, snorted disdainfully. Hearing this cold snort, the two looked at each other, and they both wondered in their hearts, this girl, is she still holding a grudge against what happened just now? Hey, Mingxian? Mingshin heard someone calling him not far ahead, and he looked over and found that it was Naruto, and next to him was Shikamaru holding a fruit basket. "Hey, why are you here?" Mingshin and his friends approached them and asked. "Hey, I was out for a walk and ran into Shikamaru," Naruto said very straightforwardly. "I was going to the hospital to visit Choji, and I happened to run into Naruto. He pestered me and said he wanted to go together, and then I met you guys." Shikamaru scratched his head. "It's so troublesome. Choji is sick." Hearing this news, Mingshin wondered, why is he suddenly hospitalized? "Well, don't get me wrong," Shikamaru explained with a wry smile. "He ate too much barbecue and got a stomachache." Mingshin was speechless. "Haha, it's really Choji's style." The yellow-haired guy laughed heartlessly. "What are you laughing at?" Mingshin glared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes, squinting at him, and said unhappily, "You and him, aren't you the same?" The yellow-haired man was choked by his words. "Hina, Kimimaro, I'll go over and take a look too. After all, we are classmates." Mingshin turned around and discussed with them. "Okay." Kimimaro stretched out his other hand, and when he was about to take the ingredients from Mingshin's hand, the girl suddenly took it first. "Tonight, we won't make your portion, you can just fend for yourself outside." Aang still showed him that stinky face and said unhappily, "Okay, got it, girl." Mingshin nodded very sensibly. HMPH, let's go, Kimimaro Ni. Mingshin and Naruto and the others watched Kimimaro and the others leave. Shikamaru asked him in confusion, "Mingshin, did you do something bad to make Hotaru so angry?" "No." Mingshin acted innocently. He would not tell Shikamaru that he had made an appointment with Red Bean to go out in the evening and was caught by the girl, so she gave him a cold look. "Hey, if you ask me, Mingshin must have stolen Hotaru's snacks and made her unhappy," the yellow-haired man asserted heartlessly. "TSK, you must have seen it with your third eye." "Yeah, that's right." Naruto nodded and shook his head. "Hey, that's not right. Where did my third eye come from?" "Hey, Naruto has a third eye." Shikamaru also pondered. "Why don't I know about it?" Mingshin revealed the answer to the two with a blank expression. "Asshole." After a while, the yellow-haired man finally reacted. His face bulged with blue veins and rolled up his sleeves. "Damn it, Mingshin, Hey, don't be impulsive, Naruto." Shikamaru had a headache and held Naruto, who was trying to find Mingshin desperately. He leaned under the street light and picked his nose slowly with his little finger, looking like a ghost who had nothing to do with it. The three of them were fighting in a group, which was as funny as it could be for passers-by to see. It was getting dark in another street in Konoha. Bang, bang. "Who is it?" Kankuro opened the door and saw that it was Maki who came back. As soon as he entered the room, he ordered Kankuro, "Go and call Gaara over. I want to tell you the specific deployment details." He just went out. Temari stepped forward and said, "What? Did he say where he went?" "Go and bring him back immediately," Maki said angrily. "No." Both of them shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. TSK, Gaara didn't go out earlier or later, but at this time. "Hey, why is there no one here?" The three came to Konoha Hospital and found that the lobby was empty. "Look." Shikamaru pointed to a sign at the front desk. "Mealtime." Mingshin read out loud and then suddenly realized they all went to eat. Chapter 100 Konoha Hospital. TSK, you're really easy. Mingshin was too lazy to say anything to him. He looked up and saw the clock on the wall showing that it was now 5:10. He thought to himself, there's still some time. We can make it in time. Okay. Naruto finished writing and urged Mingshin to write it down quickly. HMM. Suddenly, Mingshin felt something. He frowned and looked behind him. He said to himself, you can't wait any longer. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked curiously when he saw that he looked like he was facing a great enemy. Nothing. You guys go to Choji's ward first. I'll come later. Mingshin didn't tell them the truth. He just urged them to go first. Okay then. Shikamaru saw that he was like this and must have a reason. He didn't ask any more questions and pulled Naruto along to leave first. Boom. Boom. As soon as the two of them walked away, several waves of sand came over, which he dodged easily. HMPH, come out. Mingshin shouted coldly to the empty hall, Why, you come for me, but you don't dare to show yourself? Sand. From the ceiling, sand suddenly fell down, and he stood in front of Mingshan with a clay gourd on his back. Gara, how are you? Although he greeted him casually, his eyes were very sharp. I want to kill you so much. Gara said tremblingly. He could hardly suppress his excitement. Oh, so. Mingshan crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, if you want to kill me, then come on. After a long while, bang, the wooden plug on the earthen gourd flew off instantly, and sand began to gush out. Just as Gara was about to raise his hand to start it, suddenly, his body became uncontrollable, and he was secretly shocked. What's going on? My body can't move. Huh. Shikamaru, who was standing behind Gara, breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow imitation technique. Success. You bastard. The yellow-haired man rushed out from the side and punched Gara in the face. Bang. Ah. Shikamaru screamed and followed Gara's rhythm and was hit in the face. What do you want to do in the hospital? The yellow-haired man asked sternly. Hey, Naruto. Shikamaru rubbed his face and shouted. He turned his head and looked over. When I activate the shadow imitation technique, my body will also move with the other party. Sorry, Shikamaru. Naruto apologized quickly. Really? Shikamaru turned to look at Mingshan depressedly. Did you know that we were waiting here and didn't leave, so you didn't move? No, I didn't know you were next to me at all. Mingshan said truthfully. I have my own way to deal with him. I thought you had already gone to Choji's place. Shikamaru was speechless. Why did you suddenly attack Mingshan? Seeing that Gara didn't speak for a long time, Naruto continued to ask. I just wanted to kill him. Gara said expressionlessly. What? The two were puzzled. Did he have such a deep hatred for Mingshan? Why is he so calm? Shikamaru thought to himself as he looked at Gara. He was hit by my shadow imitation technique and couldn't even move his body. Why do you want to kill Mingshan? Shikamaru asked openly. He didn't make it to the third exam. Is it because of personal grudges? No such thing. Gara shook his head to deny and then said, I just want to kill him. What are you talking about, you bastard? Naruto was furious, but the person involved looked at Gara with a nonchalant look. TSK, your family must not have taught you well. Hearing Gara's words that disregarded human life, even Shikamaru was really unhappy and said, too self-centered. Naruto, Shikamaru, this is a matter between him and me. You don't have to be like this. Mingshan yawned and said, what nonsense are you talking about? This guy wants to. Naruto heard Mingshan's nonchalant words, and he kept nagging him angrily. HMPH, if you dare to obstruct me. Gara looked at them coldly. I will kill you too. What did you say? Naruto heard Gara say such arrogant words, and immediately pointed the gun at him again, clenched his fist, and threatened and provoked, come and try to kill us. Hey, can't you be less stupid? Mingshan's eyebrows jumped. There was no way to deal with this guy. Hey, what are you talking about, Naruto? Shikamaru quickly stopped him, and then thought to himself, this guy's not easy to mess with. He is full of murderous intent. How about I try to bluff and see if I can scare him? Hey, when we were chatting with teammate before, Kiba told us that you are very strong. Shikamaru pretended to be relaxed and said disdainfully, but this guy and I, as well as Mingshan, are also very strong. We are in the preliminaries, and we still have tricks that we haven't used, and now it's 3-1, and you are the one at a disadvantage. Then he tried to persuade him, if you are willing to stop now, we can let you go and pretend that nothing happened. I'll say it again. Gara didn't take Shikamaru's words seriously at all. If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you first. This guy. Shikamaru's heart was unsure. He knew his own weight, and he was not optimistic about Mingshan and Naruto's fighting ability. It seems that Mingshan was about to draw his sword. HMPH, you can't possibly kill me. Naruto suddenly yelled at him. Hey, Naruto, stop talking. Didn't I just tell you? Shikamaru said to him anxiously. This guy's really powerful. Kiba said he's like a monster. Don't you understand? If you want to talk about monsters, I'm a real monster. How could I lose to such a guy? Naruto looked directly at Gara and said, monster? After hearing what this guy said, Mingshan thought of something else and thought to himself, Gara, Could he also be a Jinchuriki? He didn't say it out loud. Seeing Shikamaru elbowing Naruto with his arm, he complained in a low voice, "Why are you provoking your opponent, idiot? Monster?" Gaara closed his eyes and said, "If that's the case, I'm one too." Huh. Shikamaru looked at him in confusion. "You're right. I didn't receive a good education since I was a child." Gaara coldly recounted his past. "I was born by taking my mother's life. In order to make me the strongest ninja in the sand village, my father used ninjutsu to attach the incarnation of sand to me. He concluded I was a monster since I was born. The incarnation of sand?" Naruto and Shikamaru were surprised when they heard it, but Mingxin remained calm and composed. "It is the soul of the old monk of Sand Village who was sealed in the boiling water pot called Shukaku." Gaara explained to the three. "Is it a possession technique to allow him to possess before birth?" Shikamaru scolded. "I didn't expect he would do this. He's crazy." Hearing what Shikamaru said, Naruto looked at Gaara thoughtfully. "Is there something in this guy's body? Huh, but is that what a father should do?" Shikamaru couldn't understand. "What a twisted love. You said love?" Gaara's mouth was cold. "Don't measure me by your standards. So-called family, let me tell you, what does that have to do with me?" Gaara laughed at himself. "It's just a piece of meat gathered with hatred and murderous intent." "Hey, is this a storytelling contest?" Mingxin couldn't help but react, thinking, "It seems that the Jinchuriki in other villages live similar lives. I was created based on my mother's life as the village's highest masterpiece." Gaara continued to tell his past. "As the son of Kazekage, my father constantly taught me the secrets of ninja. I was overprotected and indulged, and I thought that was love, until that incident happened." "That incident?" Mingxin asked curiously. "What exactly is going on?" Shikamaru couldn't help asking. "What exactly happened?" Naruto asked him. Gaara didn't let them wait too long, and suddenly said with a twisted excitement on his face, "From the time I was 6 years old to now, there have been many times when I was almost assassinated by my own father." "Yeah." Shikamaru and Naruto were shocked, and even Mingxin's face changed drastically. "Didn't you just say that your father dotes on you?" Shikamaru had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. "What's going on? An existence that is too powerful will become a terrifying existence. I was born under the influence of ninjutsu, and my mental state is very unstable. Those fools in the village." Gaara's hands were not affected by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, and they trembled slightly. "When I got older, they finally noticed that I had emotional problems. To my father, the Kazekage, I was both a trump card in the village, but also a terrible and dangerous item." Mingxin knew everything. He looked at Gaara and then at Naruto. "I had a similar experience to Naruto, but much worse than him. When I was about 6 years old, I was unanimously judged by the village leaders to be an extremely dangerous person. I could only be regarded as a dangerous tool in the village and used with caution. To them, I was a relic from the past that should be eliminated and wiped out." Gaara asked himself, "Then why do I exist and live? Every time I think of this question, I can't find the answer. But to survive, you need a reason, otherwise it's no different from being dead." Does he know what he's talking about? Shikamaru felt that something was wrong with Gaara, but Naruto, who was standing next to him, could empathize with him after listening to his story, and thought to himself, "I can understand that this guy is the same as me. So I came to this conclusion. I exist to kill people other than myself, and I finally settled down in the fear of being assassinated at any time." Gaara told them his conclusion. "By constantly killing assassins, I realized the reason for my existence, fighting only for myself, and living only to love myself. As long as I want to be like everyone else, and that they exist to make me realize this, the world can't be more beautiful." He said this in a natural and shocking manner. "As long as there are people in this world who can make me feel happy to be alive, and there are people who should be killed by me, my existence will not disappear." This guy. Shikamaru was shocked by his incredible theory. "This is really bad." Chapter 75 was blocked, which made me very depressed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.